esoteric stuff. We're going to talk about the end of the world. We're going to talk about Revelation. We're going to talk about some things that we're seeing in the Bible that's happening. We're going to talk about why these things in the Bible are happening. We covered Revelation briefly on a previous show a couple of years ago. And the synopsis of that is that it's basically the shutdown manual. So as we're watching things shut down, we're going to watch this AI trying to maintain control, basically. But I don't want to get too esoteric just yet because I do want to talk some politics first and foremost. Today, of course, is 11/8, and that is the midterms, and we're going to see a huge shift. There's a shift coming, no doubt about it. November 5th, 2009 was the anniversary of Sheree and I's first show, and we celebrated that with some friends. We should have been here with our BTV tribe, but we had a lot of fun with our friends, and wound up hooking up with some people over at Caesar, and they wound up giving us comp tickets to go see Jeff Dunham this weekend.
That's going to be so awesome.
With some backstage passes and all that kind of stuff. So
very happy.
I am really, really, really looking forward to that. And the reason is, we have to take some time and just decompress and just enjoy ourselves. Jeff Dunham is a hilarious comedian, and there is nothing better than laughter at this point. Nothing better than laughter. On a side note, really quick, we went to a comedy show last weekend with some friends, and it was the first time that I actually saw the leftist toxic femininity like right in my face.
Yeah,
I'm not gonna say where it was. I'm not gonna say who it was or anything like that, because I'm not, the point of this isn't to talk shit. But I was sitting there just like with my jaw dropped to the ground. She was going on and on and on. Typical. There's this old like South Park meme, and it's like that women aren't funny, and it's not that women aren't funny. The headliner was a woman, and she was hilarious. But all this girl was doing opening up was like bashing guys and claiming to be a feminist. And it's like, no, that's not what a feminist is. A feminist wants equal rights.
Yeah.
But she used this old joke, and this old joke is like, about vaginas and how they're tough. We often call men that are weak vaginas, but starting with a P. I don't want to open up the video with curse words just yet. I might get into some cursing a little bit later. And that, vaginas are tough. They take a beating. They get pounded. They bring out babies, all of that. You tap a guy on the balls and he falls to the ground. And so you should call him, ball sacks instead, because ball sacks are a lot more sensitive than vaginas are. And it's an old joke that I laughed at the first time I heard it. But this girl did this whole song and dance about it.
Literally.
And it was just like, oh my God, okay, first of all, you're stealing this joke. Second of all, you're doing this big thing. And she's like, oh my God, there's a feminist. And then she starts going into this thing about taking microphones away from men. And we're sitting in the front row, and she looks dead at Cherie and starts singing about taking microphones away from men. And Cherie gives her this look. Like, oh,
I went, let's go, Brandon.
Yeah. She gave her this look and said, let's go, Brandon. Oh, this woman got pissed.
Yeah.
She didn't say anything, but she got fucking pissed. And it was the first time I walked in, and we were guests of people, so we didn't want to make a scene.
Make too much of a scene, yeah.
But I saw it firsthand for myself, and being front row and center, with the light shining down on us and being in the middle of this, I was like holding my stomach and going,
it was disgusting.
And then the female comic comes on, and she's from the Bronx, and she was hilarious.
Yeah, she was great.
And I was like, oh my God, thank God.
At least they saved it.
Thank God it's that she's not, it wasn't like a whole show like that. But I saw this wokeism firsthand, and I'm thinking to myself, who is she playing to? Who is the target audience here? Because half the guys in the club were men, half the guys were women. Nobody was laughing at anything she was doing. And as everybody was walking out, she was standing by the side, like waiting to shake people's hands. And everybody was walking past her like
ignoring
she was a pariah, just completely ignoring her. Alistair, thank you for the love, man. Thank you for starting the show off like that. It was horrifying.
Yeah,
it was really horrifying. And look, I love Andrew Dice Clay. I love George Carlin. I love all of that. I'm a guy, though, so hickory dickory
You're
dock.
Guys.
This
guy's guy.
Was sucking my That's different. Little Miss Muffet sat on a tuffet eating her curds in the way. I'm a guy. Okay, so from a guy's perspective, that's funny. It might be offensive to women. I don't know. Are you offended by Andrew Dice Clay?
I'm not offended by Andrew Dice Clay. Ironically enough, it as much as he's like, shave that and it's so damn hairy and stuff like that, it's like, yeah, okay, that can be denigrating to a certain kind of woman, but that's not denigrating to all females out there. It's not saying nobody should give you a microphone.
Okay.
It's not saying we should be denied rights.
But the feelings, yeah. And then the MC was a man. And that was the last thing she did. And he came up and he's like, well, I guess I shouldn't be on the microphone right now since she wants to take all microphones away from men. But I'm going to introduce this next comic for you.
It was just awkward.
It was the most weirdest.
So awkward.
It doesn't have anything to do with the show, but I mean, I guess it does to a certain degree because, being inside of it, it's one thing to see it on TV. It's another thing to
be
read about
there.
it. It's another thing to be right there, center stage with a light on you and everything like that. Oh my God, it was the most embarrassing thing. I felt so bad for her.
I did too. I felt embarrassed for her.
I did. The only thing that could come to mind, and I don't know, you tell me if this is misogynist or not, but the only thing that can come to mind, and this really is when I open my heart and I'm thinking and I'm looking at this person from a perspective of a human being, is this person must have been badly molested as a child.
Extremely abused.
Extremely abused. And it's heartbreaking to think that. But the vileness that was coming out of this person's mouth was just
over the top. Disgusting.
Yeah, and it wasn't funny. Andrew Dice Clay's over the top.
Yeah.
But he's funny.
Exactly.
George Carlin, over the top, funny.
There's a difference.
The girl that first told the joke about the vaginas being tougher than balls.
That was
hilarious.
Yeah.
Hilarious. But anyways, it was a really weird.
It was very sad, and it was very
surreal.
Surreal. Yeah, that's a good way to put it, because whenever I said, let's go, Brandon, you could tell there was this rage in her eyes. And it was like, that is so sad that you have so much rage in your eyes like this, because comedians are supposed to bring life and light into the world. They're supposed to bring laughter and genuine happiness into the world. They're not supposed to bring half the population of the audience feeling like crap and the other half feeling awkward and extremely embarrassed for their gender. It shouldn't make people feel like that.
So, I guess it's a good segue into what we're going to talk about here in the first segment, which is the midterms, the wokeism. Some of the wokeists are being pushed out, and it's great to see. I love seeing this.
Oh, it's fantastic.
People are getting fired. I think that's a great thing. Anti-white propagandists, people who are far, far, far left. AOC, for example, held a little, if you want to call it a rally. There were 10 people there.
That's not a rally.
10 people there at her little conference, and 5 of those were protesting her.
That's not a conference. It's a conference call.
Yeah. It's not even a conference call. It's not even a good Skype call.
No, it's not. Not really.
And we're led to believe that she has 30 million followers on Twitter.
Not for a second. That's why she's losing all those followers.
She can only get 10 people in this little building.
Yeah.
And 5 of them are yelling at her about running Amazon out of town, for example.
It explains totally why she's losing all these followers suddenly. As soon as Twitter changes hands, her followers just go right down the crapper.
No, that's true.
Because she doesn't have any genuine ones.
AOC campaign rally.
It was awful. It was really sad. It wasn't even a campaign rally for high school.
No, it was just her in her own district.
Yeah.
It was like a town meeting or town hall or something like that. I don't know if I can pull up a video of that.
It was so small.
But it made me reflect, because on the last show we were talking about, at the end of it, the last show was just kind of like we were having fun.
Yeah.
And talking about things that some people may not necessarily care about.
Yeah.
But,
we do.
We do. Yeah. We care about relationships and about life and love and everything like that. Because to me, I don't see a point in living if you're not living. And I've been through it. That's the thing. I've been through it. And I've been through that place where you're not living life because you're so stuck in this truther thing or new age thing or whatever it is that you're doing that you forget to live life. And you forget, there's a purpose to being here. And it's not just to suffer. And I found myself suffering a lot.
Talk about inflation.
Actually, it's a clip I might play in a little bit. But, at the end of it, we were talking about Elon Musk. And some of the comments were like, I really don't trust Elon Musk. So I was reflecting upon that, because what I see happening right now is, number one, Elon Musk is like far right. He's taking over Twitter, which I think is great.
Me
a lot
too.
of people are complaining about being deplatformed, and like Kathy Griffin just got deplatformed, which is great.
That's fantastic.
And I don't think anybody should be deplatformed, but at the same time, if you're going to hold up the head of a president, then you should be like, even Biden.
I wouldn't even do that to Biden.
Yeah, I wouldn't do that to Biden. Like, that's like, you just don't do that.
It's taking it a
there's
step
lines
too far.
that you don't cross, and those lines were crossed with Trump. And now all of a sudden, oh, don't you dare cross those lines. What do they call them now? Election deniers? That's
Deniers.
the new word, election deniers. Well, they spent 4 years saying that Trump is illegitimate and so on and so forth. So it's funny to see the pendulum swing the other way. And Elon is far right. And as I said, he has everything to gain by pushing climate change agenda and nothing to lose.
Right.
And instead, he doesn't. He's got an electric car company, but he calls out the bullshit. He helps out the little guy. He helps out the little guy with stock tips. I mean, we made what, 10 grand?
Yeah.
When he said, he got on a conference call and said, I think our Tesla stock's a little too high.
It's more like 11.
It dropped like 25%. We put money in Tesla stocks. 3 days later, we made like 11 grand.
Yeah, it was awesome.
Yeah. And he did that on purpose, just to tank his stocks a little bit, and so they can come back up.
Yeah.
And so people can jump in and make a little bit of money. And we were like, great.
Thank you.
I mean, that's,
That was awesome.
2019, 2020. That's not going to happen in 2022. But, he was doing stuff like that, Dogecoin and so on and so forth. But I was asking myself, how can this go bad? Why are so many people saying, I don't trust Musk, I don't trust Musk? Is it fatalism? Is that all it is? And nihilism?
Right.
Or is it, Alistair, thank you.
Thank
very
you,
much.
Alistair.
Elon's building trust so we can get Neuralink. Okay, thank you. That's where I was actually going with this. I was asking myself, what is the other side of this coin? And you brought up Neuralink. I was going to bring up Neuralink exactly, but I was going to say, okay, well, maybe Musk is bringing, coming in as a good guy, moving everybody over to a platform. Facebook is tanking. They just released a report, and they've lost $1 trillion.
Ooh.
Like, Zuckerberg is done. And the sad thing is that Zuckerberg, he was one of the biggest proponents of free speech to begin with. And a lot of people don't recognize this, but at the very beginning, he said, I'm not gonna censor Facebook. Facebook is like, it's like friends talking at a bar. And then the advertisers came in, and then he got pressure from the advertisers, and he still didn't tank. Then he got pressure from the stockholders. And then he said, okay, well, we'll do a little bit of moderation. And then they said, okay, we'll do a little bit more. And then the government came in, started pressuring him. And then he said, okay, we'll do more and more and more and more, up until it turned into what it is.
Right.
And he's seeing his own demise as a result of it. But his original stance was he doesn't want to censor Facebook. And more businesses, I think, are waking up and realizing if you go woke, you go broke. And Twitter they just fired all of their employees. But my point is, though, this is setting a new precedent for all other social media platforms, and we're already watching Facebook tank as a result. But as Alistair said, could it be that Musk is setting up a database where everybody's there? But the thing is, though, they already have a database of everybody. They know who we are. They know who you are. If you're on any social media, if you're on YouTube, even listening to this broadcast, they know who you are. They know what you do. They know what you search. They know all of that. Like, what's the point of doing this big $44 billion hostile takeover of this leftist platform when the platform was already what it was? It was a leftist propaganda piece, unless the point was to try to get more people to go there to catalog them better. Like, round up all the cattle into one pen. That's the only thing I can think of.
Yeah.
But I don't want to be that nihilistic. I want to be a little bit optimistic. I want to have a little bit of hope. Now, does it mean that I'm just going to follow blindly somewhere? No, absolutely not.
No.
You know by my track record that I don't say things lightly. When I started supporting Trump, it wasn't lightly. It was based on 2 solid years of policy. And it was based on no wars. It was based on a great economy. It was based on making peace deals with everybody, stepping into North Korea, which they were bashing them for. The Circle of Peace in Israel. Some people were bashing them for that too, for moving the capital from Tel Aviv to Jerusalem, or the embassy, I should say, and recognizing Jerusalem as the capital. And if you go back 10 years, the whole truther mindset was, Israel bad, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Go live in a Muslim country for a couple of weeks, or a month, then you'll come back and you'll have a little bit of a different view on Islam.
Yeah, you will.
And the whole Islamophobia thing, where does that come from? That comes from liberals. The same ones who funded ISIL.
Right.
The same ones who funded the Free Syrian Army. The same ones who are funding the neo-Nazis. Again, I'm trying not to use keywords in the beginning of the video.
I appreciate that. Yeah,
but the neo-Nazis in Ukraine. So these are the people who are pushing these talking points. So I asked myself, does it really matter? Do I give a shit what happens in Israel? If they have peace in the Middle East, I think that's a good thing. According to the Bible, that's a bad thing.
Right.
I see peace as a good thing. So I see Trump doing that as a good thing. Trump rolled out the vacation. What else are you going to do if you're the leader of the free world? Are you going to come out and say, well, vacations are bad for you, and so, this and that, et cetera, et cetera?
You're not allowed to have one.
Yeah, you're not allowed to have one. That's
asinine. That is asinine.
And nobody would do that. Nobody would do that. It doesn't matter. Alex freaking Jones, if he was president, he would develop a solution to the problem because so many people were begging for a solution.
Yep.
So was it mandatory? Was it forced? No. Were the mandates forced? No. It was done on a state level. This is my problem though with Roe v. Wade though, is they're giving it to the states. I think that's a freedom that is allowed to any person. And the reason is because that ties in directly to the vacation. You start to give body autonomy over to government. You're giving body autonomy over to government. It doesn't matter. You can use the word abortion if you want. You can use the word vacation, which is obviously a keyword, but you can use the word vacation if you want. It doesn't matter. Okay, change them out however you want, whatever's more comfortable for you. Replace those words with body autonomy, and you're giving it over to the government in one way or another.
Right.
So, I guess I take more of a libertarian stance when it comes to that. So yeah, I didn't take it. I'm not going to take it. Nobody forced me to take it.
Good for you.
They were trying to scare me into taking it. They were trying to tell me that I have to take it. They were trying to tell me that there was going to be a passport and an ID that I have to have, and I wouldn't be able to fly, and I wouldn't be able to do this and do that. But I wasn't scared.
Right.
I'd rather live by my principles than anything else. That's the most important thing to me. And a lot of you out there feel the same way too. So, of course he did that during that time. But all of his policies were great. They were great.
Yeah.
And it looks like he's going to be announcing his 2024 run here pretty soon.
By November 15th, actually,
Right.
which is another thing that we wanted to talk about, because it seems like as soon as I heard that he was going to be running again, it was almost like a sigh of relief internally. Ejected out of my mouth without even me wanting it to. It just, okay, good. Because it seems like that's like a marker for things finally getting back on the right track.
I hope so. Today's a big day, obviously, the midterms. And the interesting thing is, I have a couple videos here that I wanted to play. I guess I'll play the intro of this one here, because I want to start off with some politics, some 3D stuff, and then we'll get into the esoteric, we'll get into Revelation, we'll get into some things that are happening that I don't think anybody's talking about, that come straight out of Revelation, that's making us go, holy shit.
Yeah, like, oh my God.
Isaac Newton. I just came across an article saying that Isaac Newton wrote that the pyramid is key to end times.
That is something I want to hear about too.
Look that up while I run this intro here, because there was a guy, Anthony Patch, who I didn't like at all. I didn't like him, but I was the program director of TFR. I still am, but this is the thing, is that I can disagree with people. and still give them a platform. Yeah, I have no problem with that. Liberal. I mean, I sat through that whole freaking comedy show, and I just sat there and I was
that's
okay,
an indication,
because I value rights more than anything else, but I don't see the same from others. I don't see the same from Christians, who are like, you guys disagree with us, but it's cool, whatever.
Not that same respect, yeah.
A Christian platform would never, ever, ever give us a platform, ever. But we gave platforms to very heavy Christian people. Likewise, liberal-leaning people, whatever. It doesn't matter, because as a program director, I'm looking at what the audience wants, not what I
you
want
yeah.
personally. But it seems like it takes a very mature consciousness to do that. And it seems like it takes people who are more libertarian, more like right in the middle, who respect rights, even if they don't agree with them.
Right.
Like on the whole body autonomy thing. I don't agree with the act of abortion, but I'm not going to push to impede somebody else's right. And a lot of people will disagree with me on that. And they'll say, hey, Chris, you're an asshole for that. Well, I'm not getting an abortion.
Right.
I'm not performing them either. I'm just not going to tell anybody what they can and can't do.
Yeah.
Because I don't want anybody telling me what I can and can't do. But Anthony Patch was convinced in 2018 that we went and we started the end times. And he was serious about this.
He was dead serious.
His last show on TFR was about Egypt, was about the end times, was about how me and Cherie, and he didn't use our names, but it was very clear, he quit. It was his quitting show. That we went and we started the apocalypse. And I found that to be funny.
Hilarious. Hilarious. Just
it was funny
off the wall, hilarious.
And I was talking to his wife off air, back and forth. And she was going back and forth, and they really believe this. At the time, I didn't even believe it. At the time, I was like, you guys are fucking nuts.
Like, are you
if you
crazy?
Think me and Cherie have the ability to go start the fucking apocalypse, y'all are fucking crazy.
Nuttier than we are.
Wow.
Yeah. Y'all are nutty.
But I read Isaac Newton, and I'm like, oh,
Sir Isaac
shit.
Newton?
I guess we did do something.
There's something
there.
about that, yeah.
Hey, you know what? We came to do what we came to do.
Exactly.
But apocalypse means the great revealing. So that's all it means, is the great revealing. Things are being revealed.
And
they are being revealed for what they are. So it's interesting to see this, because there's some things that are happening on the other side of the world that are straight out of Revelation, that are impossible to just be coincidence.
Yeah.
This isn't some man-made thing that's going on. This isn't like, a building falling down that they said in the Bible was going to fall down, that somebody can go demolish. This is actual geographical changes that are happening in the earth right now. And when we came back from Egypt, Clyde Lewis had us on that August because the pyramids started heating up, and they were literally heating up after we activated them. And so the next 3 months was spent with scientists trying to figure out why were the pyramids heating up. And it was like, well, just go to youtube.com/beyondtheveil.
There it is, right there.
Or patreon.com/bdvtrack. And find out why.
Just find out why. There you go. It's easy
Anyways,
enough.
Like I said, we got so much to cover, so much to talk about. I don't have any direction for this show because there's just so much.
There's so much to go
over.
But
let me just start an intro. Let's get into it.
Okay.
So far away tonight, but I can't lose this one. Get a pride of a falling night. Thought that I was fit to fight for us to be. You gave me life for loving me. Tell me, where did we go so wrong?
Raw consciousness does not require a savior, but rather, raw consciousness requires only knowledge of oneself and the power to access it. Remember this, as we unlock an even greater Nosis from beyond the veil.
From the fabulous Las Vegas, Nevada. Oh, it used to be fabulous. It's still a little fabulous, I guess.
Still kind of fabulous.
Good morning, good evening, or wherever you may be across the nation, around the world. I'm Chris Gio. I'll be taking you beyond the veil. So let's start out with some basic fundamental things. basic fundamental things. Actually, I was going to play this clip, but I'm going to play this one first because this is fucking pissing me off big time. Like, okay, I'm going to get into politics here for just a little bit because I think it's important to understand exactly how these people think. The libs out there, the deep state, okay? Because I think it's important to understand that we're not talking about left-right. We're not talking about Republican, Democrat. Okay, the Republicans right now are the closest thing, but they're still all one and the same. It's all one cabal. Okay, when Trump came in, Trump is something different. Trump he ran under a Republican ticket. He rallied the Republican Party. He changed the Republican Party. But it's still deep state because you go all the way back to Reagan. Reagan was part of the deep state. Go back before that, Nixon was part of the deep state. George Bush, Republican. Clinton, Democrat. Obama, Democrat. It's all the same cabal. All the exact same cabal. And that's something we got to understand is that it doesn't matter, red or blue, it's all the same freaking cabal. And that's why I don't trust DeSantis the way that everybody is wanting us to trust DeSantis. I trust Trump because Trump has a proven track record and they've gone after him over and over and over and over again. But I don't know if this is just for Gen Z or if this person here, Joy Reid, is actually serious in
really
these
legit
talking points.
Yeah.
That she's saying this. I mean, this is insulting on so many levels. And it's nice to see people like her get canceled. I'm going to show you another one that got canceled here pretty soon. An anti-white, racist, race baiter. One of the big ones got canceled just recently. Jimmy Kimmel was talking about how his show is sucking so bad. Ratings are so bad. Stephen Colbert, ratings are so bad. People are getting fired left and right. Don Lemon got moved to like a morning show. That Brian Skelter guy, he's gone. There's a shift happening right now. And I want to examine this shift because on the surface it looks good. And I want to stay optimistic and I want to say that it's a good shift. I want to say that people are moving things back into a positive direction. But I also want to speculate upon if this shift is real, if it is happening, what are they going to do in retaliation for this shift? Where can the timeline go if we actually see a shift back towards what we consider normalcy, free speech, and freedom again?
Exactly.
What kind of tantrum are they going to throw?
That's a good question.
Before we get into that, though, listen to this comment, and you guys and gals out there, let me know in the comments, let me know in the chat room, if this is offensive to you. And I'm not talking about offensive as in like, oh no, she hurt my feeling. I'm talking about offensive to your intelligence, an insult.
Insult to your intelligence.
To your intelligence. Listen to this. And who's she talking to? Is she talking to black people? Because if so, that's fucking racist. Okay?
Right.
I don't care. I'm calling it out. It's fucking racist as shit. If she's talking to people like us, that's an insult to our fucking intelligence.
Yeah.
Are
talking back to
journalists and economists, right? So that is not part of the normal lexicon of the way people talk. So it's interesting that Republicans, the only people I ever hear use the word inflation are journalists and economists, right? So that is not part of the normal lexicon of the way people talk. So it's interesting that Republicans are doing something they don't normally do, right? Which is not use the common tongue, right? Not use just common English to sort of do on their campaigns like they're doing with crime. But what they've done is they've taught people the word inflation, right? Yeah. Most people who would have never used that word ever in their lives are using it now because they've been taught it, including on TV, including in newspapers. They've been taught this word, and they sort of wrap this word around whatever it is that they really want to vote.
That's disgusting.
Oh,
yes. People had no idea what inflation.
Okay, so yeah, I'm glad they're on the same page as we are here. I just pulled a clip randomly from YouTube. But people did not know what inflation was before the Republicans started talking about inflation in 2021. I don't know. maybe people are that stupid. I mean, maybe she's talking to the college kids now who are going to college and doing like gender studies and things like that, and they're not being taught inflation. But I can tell you, I knew what inflation was when I was freaking 17 years old.
Me too.
You know, I mean, this is like basic economics 101. You know, you read Modern Money Mechanics by the Federal Reserve, and it talks about fractionalized banking. It talks about how money is printed. It talks about how the Treasury Department creates bonds, trades it out for dollars to the Federal Reserve. The Federal Reserve then trades those dollars back with interest. The more the Federal Reserve prints money, the less the money is worth because there's more in the supply. The Great Depression, how they created the Fed supposedly to stop a Great Depression, but the Fed actually wound up creating a Great Depression and tanked everything, the stock market, everything, and they bought everything up for pennies on the dollar. And Trump going through all of everything that happened in 2020 while finding ways to work with the Fed, the Federal Reserve, to actually have a negative interest rate to keep inflation at bay.
Exactly. The opposite.
Yeah, he stimulated the economy in several different ways. I think the toilet paper thing, as I said before,
Brilliant.
was one of his little brainchild. How do you stimulate the economy, but not actually affect people
on a negative
in a really bad way? Like you know, you don't have food runs. That's not good. You know, people are going to starve. You have a toilet paper run. Yeah, and then everybody's dumping money into the economy for toilet paper.
For something that you're going to need anyway.
I don't have any proof that he was behind it, but to me, it would make sense. Like, if you need to find something that people would want to hoard, but is not going to really hurt anybody out there if people are hoarding it.
Yeah.
Toilet paper. Perfect.
Right. It's not hurting the economy.
Stimulated the economy, all that. I mean, you know, but inflation is like basic 101. If you don't know what inflation is, then you have no business casting a vote, period. That's the way that I see it. And I think the voting age should be taken up to like 30, you know? You have to have some life experience. They want to lower it to 16, where kids don't even have life experience. At 16-year-old, I would have voted for freaking Metallica, you know? Seriously, like I would have.
I would have voted for Metallica.
Yeah, because I didn't know any better.
Right.
You know? What do you think?
I think that kids, when they're young, there's two things that they're prone to do. Number one is think that they're invincible. And number two, think that their parents and anybody that is trying to guide them is just an idiot that doesn't understand them. Then we have that combined with a society that from the time they're really young kids, they're being told your parents are idiots. Your parents don't know anything. You know, we're your new parents now. You know, you can tell us anything and you can confide in us, and especially tell us if your parents are causing you problems. You know, and it's become kind of a 1984 type of situation, you know, where the kids are ratting out the parents and stuff like that. No, when you have a situation like this, it's very, very dangerous to lower the voting age. Extremely dangerous, because then you get brown shirts and you have, you know, the same kind of thing that you had in Germany, you know, at some point.
When was this? This was literally just a couple days ago.
Yeah.
Joy Reid.
2 days ago, 3 days ago.
Television host. I think she's on The View. I don't know. The MSNBC host. Yeah, she's an MSNBC host. MSNBS is what I've always called them, MSNBS. But you know, here's the thing. Tucker Carlson said something interesting. He said, you know, you're probably not watching MSNBC because you're not one of the Tutsis. Do you understand the reference?
The Tutsis and the Hutus. Yep. And the Hutus hated the Tutsis because the Tutsis were given the prime jobs whenever the Belgians, they used to be run, the Belgian Congo, all of that is related to, what's his name? Cecil Rhodes taking over Africa back in the 1800s. And when he took over Africa, he set up a colonial system wherein the Belgians were running the government from the top down, and then also they were putting people that they liked in power. And also there was a lot of miscegenation going on between white people and the Tutsis, and they were creating, you know, children of their own. And it was almost like they favored them over the Hutus, which were more black, like they were darker skinned black, and were bigger, whereas the Tutsis were skinnier and taller. And so they have very distinct racial differences between the two groups. And so the Belgians used that pit one against the other, so that whenever they did, leave eventually, people weren't hating the Belgians as much as they were hating each other. And you had the Tutsis, which were scared to death at this point that something was going to happen eventually, which it did, to make the Hutus really come up against them and commit genocide against them.
Yeah.
And then you got the Hutus that are thinking, oh, these Tutsis, they get all the best jobs and they get all the best of everything because the Belgians favored them. And, now we get to take over and we get to, unleash our wrath against them.
Okay. So that's Rwanda. Mm-hmm. Genocide in Rwanda. I remember I did a video back in 2019 and we got an Uber driver. And I wound up deleting the video because of the backlash that we got from it. Mm-hmm. But I asked myself, in hindsight, why do I care about this backlash? I mean, I guess what really bothered me is that there were some longtime BTV listeners who were giving me backlash over this video. But I was talking to this guy from Rwanda, and he was our Uber driver. I might actually have it on our YouTube channel as deleted.
I think.
I mean, not deleted, but as private. But I was talking to this black guy from Rwanda, the Uber driver, and I'm like, what do you think about America? He's like, I love America. Mm-hmm. And I'm like, really? And I'm like, what do you think about all the racial stuff that's going on? And he's like, it's bullshit. This is all bullshit. Mm-hmm. He said, I lived through the Rwandan genocide. Yep. He said, they were killing each other over there. Mm-hmm. And he said, what's going on here is nothing compared to what went on in Rwanda.
Machetes, man.
Machetes.
Machetes
Literally,
in the street.
People knocking on each other's doors and grabbing people and dragging them out on the street and beheading them in the street. Mm-hmm. This is where this guy came from. And he comes over here and he loves his country. He loves the freedom that we have here. And this is in the middle of BLM. This is the middle of George Floyd, all of this. And I posted this video thinking this is a video that's going to be a unity video. This is going to be something that puts things into perspective of what we're dealing with here. Look at the other side of the world. Look at what black people have been through in other countries. And look at what's going on here.
Right.
Now, is there things going on here? Of course there are things going on here. Of course. But it's definitely not systemic. And did you know that they recently did a poll? Hey, thank you, Holiday. Thank you very much.
Oh, thank you.
They recently did a poll, and forgive me if I'm on my soapbox, ladies and gentlemen, but they recently did a poll, and they asked people how many black people, unarmed black people, were killed in 2021 by unarmed police officers, or 2020 or something like that. Some people were saying 10,000. Some people were saying 50,000. Some people were saying 100,000. There were 19.
There were 19 people.
19. Oh, no, I'm sorry. I take that back. 12.
12.
No. Hold on. 9 unarmed black people killed in 2019 by police, and 17 or 18 unarmed white people killed by police in 2019 or 2020. I don't remember.
That's so crazy.
Don't quote me on this, ladies and gentlemen, but let me just tell you this. My statistics are close enough to be don't quote me on my statistics, but they're close enough to where when you find the real statistics, you'll go, okay, Chris is spot on as far as that goes. It's just been so long since I talked about this. And I don't even know why I'm talking about it now. I guess I'm at a point to where I'm so amazed at what's been going on right under our noses that we haven't even been paying attention to. And it's all George Soros-backed money, divide and conquer bullshit. One of the biggest ones is this woman here, Tiffany Cross. And this is going to the change and the shift that I see happening here that I want to examine for a minute, both from a positive perspective and also a negative perspective, and what can happen, what kind of tantrum are they going to start throwing the left if things go in the direction that I think they're going to go. But this lady here, Tiffany Cross, was just recently canned from MSNBC. And I remember seeing a few clips here and there of her broadcasts. Imagine if anybody got on there and spoke like this about any race out there, period. Heads would freaking fly. Heads would fly. Mm-hmm. Why am I not getting any audio?
I'm not sure.
Let me see. Okay.
But yeah, there's a total.
If we went to a white person's home and it was their family dinner and we were sitting there at the table and the mother hauled off and slapped the father, and everybody at that table has an opinion. You know, the sister's like, Mom, you always do this. And the brother's like, I can't believe you guys are doing this. And Dad's like, you're terrible. If I weigh in as the guest in this home and I say, yeah, you guys are terrible, everybody's like, oh, I'm sorry.
What do you think? One's got to go.
I say Florida literally looks like the of the country, so let's get rid of Florida. Ron,
Are you saying castrate?
Okay, so I guess I should have been reading the subtitles as this went along, but basically, she's been calling for civil war, race war, helter-skelter.
Race war, helter-skelter.
The exact same thing that Charles Manson supposedly was calling for, helter-skelter. And this was very prominent. And I remember this one guy, this black guy with this big white hair. Do you know who I'm talking about?
Yeah, the guy that looks kind of like a mad scientist.
I thought he looks like a caricature.
He looks like a caricature.
He literally
like
looks like a
cartoon character. Yeah.
Yeah.
He absolutely does, yeah.
And he would be on their show all the time, and they'd be like, white people this, white people that, white people this, white people that, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And I'm seeing more and more people come out and calling it for what it is, anti-white racism. And I am so proud to see this. I am so proud to see this. I'm so proud to see more and more people who are brown and black coming out and calling for color blindness in this country against the left.
And calling racism what it is.
And calling racism what it is. Yeah. The Democratic Party, they just switched. They switched from being anti-black to being anti-white. It's just, and I think it goes to show that it's really not about black or white.
No, they don't care.
It's about green. And that's what it's all about. That's why BLM is by large mansions. But she's gone. They fired a bunch of people from CNN. Kimmel is about to be out, and that's great. They did an analysis, and like 80% of his jokes over the last 6 years were about Trump, and that's it. And people are like, they're tired of hearing about it. They're tired of hearing about it because they're feeling the effects of what's going on right now. They're feeling the price of gas. They're feeling the food. They're feeling the electricity. I mean, in some places in this country, gas is going to go up 30%. Natural gas to heat your home. People are going to be starving. I mean, people are going to be... You're breathing into the mic.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah. People are going to be starving. Freezing to death in the winter. And so all of a sudden, race doesn't quite matter anymore. Gender doesn't quite matter anymore when you're starving. And the left has really been pushing this message that democracy is on the ballot. Democracy is on the ballot. Democracy is on the ballot. Well, no fucking shit. Democracy is on the ballot every fucking election cycle. But the fact of the matter is that presidents are selected, not elected. And they had no plans whatsoever to have Trump in 2016. They had that set up perfect, or so they thought. But when so many people turned out, it flipped. Not only did it flip, but it flipped in a major way. What do you think Hillary Clinton was out in 2016 crying about? Refusing to come out and talk to anybody.
Right.
Because she thought she had it in the bag.
In the bag.
She thought that it was bought and paid for and all of that. She thought she had it in the bag. But why do you think all elections are 49 to 51? Even now in the Senate, the House, everything, 49 to 51, 49 to 51. The further you get away from the margin, the harder it is to flip. So that's why it's always been 49 to 51. Go look at statistics. Pull up some statistics for me, if you don't mind, from the last 5 or 6 presidential elections. And I guarantee you, aside from 2016, we're going to find very close 49 to 21. 49 to 51.
Okay.
Or, close to that, because it's, obviously we have the Electoral College that does that. And thank God it's for the Electoral College. Like, really. Because the Electoral College, I remember the Dems were really pushing the anti-Electoral College thing for a long time. And that means that really densely populated areas like California and all that would be making all the rules. But when you have mail-in ballots, here's the thing. If we see the same thing tonight, where they're rushing in the middle of the night, and you have all of these winners, and then all of a sudden they become losers, I don't think that anybody's going to remain silent after that. Because you do it one time,
Before we went, shame on
you
me.
could say, okay,
Before we went, shame on you.
maybe
twice.
it was coincidence. You do it twice.
Yeah.
News outlets are going to start to take notice.
Mm-hmm.
And we're watching MSNBC, CNN, Sky News, Australia. I can't praise my Australian brothers and sisters enough. You guys went through the worst lockdowns. You had the hardest protest, most hardcore. Wasn't covered at all. And Sky News Australia is just freaking killing it. I mean, they are really just putting things out there in the most truthful manner that I could expect a mainstream media outlet to put it out there.
Mm-hmm.
But let's think about this here for just a second. And maybe this is a talking point that you can use with some of your Democratic friends, some of your friends who are maybe LGBT. You know, I really don't have any biases. I don't. I'll hang out with libs. I'll hang out with feminists. I'll hang out with transgendered people. I'll hang out with black, white, brown, Asian. It doesn't matter. You know, as long as you're cool, that's all that matters to me. It doesn't matter. Unfortunately, I don't see the same from the other side. You know, as soon as they find out, oh, you don't think exactly like this? Oh, okay, well, fuck you then, you know? And I've seen that more often than not, and it's really sad. The only one person I wouldn't hang out with is that comedian that we were watching, or so-called comedian.
Yeah, I don't think
she
it
was
could.
just vile.
She was
a
awful.
vile, toxic person.
Just gross. Yeah.
So, okay. So, what's the difference between democracy and a republic? Number one, I think, you know, please forgive me if I'm telling you guys anything that you already know, because you probably already know this. But I think it's important for people to understand what democracy is versus a republic. And I came across this video and I thought that it was pretty well done. I'm not going to play it all, even though it's only 4 minutes. I probably could play it all. But let's comment on this here briefly, because I think it's important to understand. And this is going to tie into LGBT. It's going to tie into trans. It's going to tie into all of this. And I'm going to ask the question, why the hell are marginalized people Democrats? Why do they want democracy? So first, let's explain what a democracy versus a republic is.
Have you ever wondered what the difference is between a democracy and a republic? In this video, we'll dive into the differences between these two forms of government. Democracy comes from the Greek words for people, demos, and rule, kratos. So democracy essentially means rule by the people. Democracy is a form of government that requires that the people be allowed to take part in the government and its political processes. In a pure or direct democracy, all citizens who are eligible to vote take an equal part in the process of directly making laws that govern them.
Okay, and you know who came up with that idea? Or was a big proponent of it? Was it Socrates or Plato? Socrates. Socrates. But Socrates was killed later. I'll tell you why he was killed here in just a second.
Simply, in a pure democracy, the majority truly does rule and the minority has little or no power.
The majority rules, the minority has little to no power in a democracy.
The term republic comes from the Latin phrase res publica, meaning the public thing. A republic is a form of government in which the social and political affairs of the country are considered a public matter, with representatives of the citizen body holding the power to rule. In a republic, the people elect representatives to make the laws and an executive to enforce those laws. While the majority still rules in the selection of representatives, an official charter lists and protects certain inalienable rights, thus protecting the minority from the political desires of the majority. The first historical example of a democracy can be traced back to around 500 BCE in Athens, Greece. Athenian democracy was a true direct democracy or mobocracy, under which the public voted on every law, with the majority having almost total control over rights and freedoms. The first example of a republic, although it was not a pure republic, appeared around 509 BC in the form of the Roman Republic.
Okay, so I think you get the gist of it. A lot of people in the chat room were already saying this, ahead of time because you already know, and please forgive me. Please don't think that I'm speaking to those that already know. Maybe it's just a reminder for some talking points when you run into people.
Well, this is a new talking point too.
But here's what I'm getting from this. If you're LGBT, if you're black, if you're brown, what black people make up 12% of the population?
Mm-hmm.
Brown people make up another 17%?
Yeah, 15 or 17, yeah.
LGBT, what?
Oh, that's like
2%, 3%?
Yeah, 3% maybe.
You would want a republic to protect your rights as a minority.
Protection of your rights.
I'm not using the term minority in the racial sense. I'm using it in the minority, LGBT is
numbers.
They're minorities.
Mm-hmm.
You don't go outside and see the majority of people LGBT and the minority of people heterosexual. It's just not like that. And so, why are all these people who claim to be the marginalized groups now all of a sudden for democracy?
Mm-hmm.
If they are correct in their analysis and their talking points of the world, that this country is systemically racist and it's all the white man's fault, and this country's ruled by a majority of white men who want to take over everything, wouldn't you want a republic to protect your unalienable rights as a minority in a systemically racist country where you are living on a fringe element, not necessarily socially accepted? I understand that these things are becoming more and more socially accepted, and I applaud those efforts. I applaud those efforts because I don't think kids should be bullied in school for their sexual orientation. But at the same time, I had to be 18 years old before I was able to get my first tattoo. And my first tattoo is pretty much gone because I went through, 13, 14 laser treatments to remove it. I got some new tattoos, obviously, but I went through 13, 14 laser removal treatments to do it. Even at 18 years old, I didn't know what I wanted on my body permanently. And when I came to be this age, I realized that I wanted to remove that, and I was able to remove that. You got to be 18 to buy a pack of cigarettes. You got to be 21 to buy alcohol. Yet you can be 5 years old and change your entire genealogical and DNA structure with hormones. And if your parents don't, they can be arrested for child abuse. As if a 5 or 6 year old, even a 13, 14, 15-year-old kid knows what they want for the rest of their life.
Right.
I mean, I knew that I wanted long hair for the rest of my life.
Yeah.
But I could cut my hair at any time.
Right.
I have the option to change that. Tattoos, as permanent as they are, I still had the option to remove it. But pumping myself up with hormones, and I'm not talking about the way that I'm pumping myself up with hormones now to make myself feel like I'm 20 again. I'm talking about pumping myself up with hormones to change my gender. At 14, 15, 16 years old, somehow that's crossing the line.
Big time.
Because I remember those kids getting bullied for being gay and getting picked on and stuff like that, and I thought it was horrible, There's no problem with that. Some people are. And as I've said before, my stance on that is that if you forced me to be homosexual because that was a societal stance, I couldn't do it. I was born and raised heterosexual. Mm-hmm. It's not a choice for me. I like women. I like beautiful women. I have a beautiful wife.
Aww.
I like to have really good sex with my wife. Sometimes after we've had really good sex, we do really stupid shows about 10 things that turn women on.
Aww.
Because I'm so into that love frequency that, we are feeling really good and we get on and we do these silly shows.
Yeah, I like silly shows.
Because I like that connection.
I like that connection too.
I can't change that.
You can't make yourself gay.
So I also have to respect those who can't change that either.
Right.
So I agree. Okay, don't bully the kids.
Yeah.
Teach the kids not to bully. But see, that's
By
how
the same
that's how it
token,
started.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Do you remember back in 2010? I was like, why is Alex Jones going after all the liberals? What's the big deal?
Yeah.
What's the big deal? They're trying to keep bullying out of school. What's the big deal? What's the big deal? I was being optimistic, and I was being naive.
I was just about to say naive. Yeah.
Because I was thinking to myself, it doesn't really bother me.
Right.
I think that's a good thing that kids aren't being bullied for their sexual orientation, and more of that's accepted. I don't think anybody should have to live in the closet for who they are. Mm-hmm. And unfortunately, we've had in this country a lot of things that people have had to keep in the closet and are now able to come out and talk about. Smoking pot, for example. Mm-hmm. A lot of people had to hide that. Ooh, you have to hide. Now it's socially acceptable. Mm-hmm. Now businessmen do it. All that. Psychedelics, same thing. You had Steve Jobs, doing the counterculture thing, dropping acid and coming up with a mouse, but that was considered really bad in the business world, and they were wearing these 3-piece suits and all of that. Okay, things are changing. I understand that. But when you're using it weaponized and you're using it as an agenda and you're using it as weaponized population reduction, which is essentially what it is, then it becomes a problem. Mm-hmm. And if you really want your rights protected, would you not want a republic?
Exactly.
Which is what our country has always been. Mm-hmm. It's never been a democracy. So they keep on saying democracy's on the ballot, democracy's on the ballot. We're going to lose our democracy. We're going to lose our democracy. Good. This never was a democracy. Some people will call it a democratic republic because we vote in our
we vote our officials,
our representatives, which is what we're doing today on the day of the midterms. Mm-hmm. But tell me where I'm wrong.
You're not, and that's the way this works. It's an inversion. First, it's an inversion of it's kind of like the same way what we call Satanists. They.
If you don't mind, real quick before Nicola said, I love that show, 10 Things That Make Women Go Crazy. Awesome relationship advice. My twin flame and I tried a few things and you both talked about.
Oh, that's great.
Thank you. Because I was looking at that show and going, man, that's a silly
It's a silly one, but
it's a silly concept. It's a silly thing. We were just feeling really, really lovey-dovey and twin flame.
Yeah, it was great.
I felt like we were like grossing people out.
But
I'm so glad to hear that people got something out of it. And thank you for allowing us to do a show that doesn't have to be too serious.
Yeah, thank you so much, guys.
Thank you. That really means a lot, Nicola. Thank you.
Yeah, it really means a lot to me too.
So please continue. I didn't mean to interrupt.
Oh no, I was just going to say, that the inversion of darkness into light, it's the same thing as they were the party of the slavery, of pro-slavery. For when they first started, they started as the party of pro-slavery, and then they switched. Suddenly, they did this switcheroo on people where they became the civil rights activist party.
No. They
weren't.
No. That's Democrat bullshit talking points.
I know, that's what I'm saying. It's the inversion of everything to where they're suddenly the saviors of the civil rights movement, and the Republicans are the bad guys.
Yeah.
And that's a total inversion of reality.
They did that.
But
it's an inversion of reality. They didn't actually switch their positions.
No, they did not.
They pushed Jim Crow laws. Mm-hmm. They pushed segregation. They're still pushing segregation. Right now the big thing, affirmative action, is on the Supreme Court, and it is a black judge who is getting rid of affirmative action. And South Park was the first one to bring it to light to my consciousness. Mm-hmm. They did this episode with Token, and they were talking about affirmative action, and Token's father, who's a very successful lawyer, one of the richest guys in South Park, comes out and says, well, affirmative action, it's actually a very racist thing.
And it holds them down.
Yeah, it holds people down because people are chosen by their skin color. Mm-hmm. And so I was watching, I think it was Larry Elder, who was talking about, or somebody, I don't remember who it was, but it was a black guy, a black teacher talking about a student. And the student was like, why are you that much harder on me? Why are you that much harder? It was a medical student. Why are you that much harder on me than anybody else? You're not as hard on everybody else as you are on me. And he says, did you check mark African American on your college admission?
Yeah.
And the guy was like, yeah. And he's like, that's why. He's like, because I need to know as a medical professional that you're here on your merits and not here just based on your skin color.
Exactly.
So what they're talking about is they're talking about removing that whole box from college applications, the entire box. And affirmative action was supposed to be something that was supposed to be temporary because, yes, there was a lot of racism in this country. And we moved from a point of racism. I mean, we were just watching The Shining the other day. And this might be a little bit of a Mandela effect. You guys and gals, let me know. Here's a little quick Mandela effect for you. In the scene where Delbert Grady and Jack Nicholson are in the bathroom, Delbert Grady looks at him and he says, your son is trying to bring an outside force into this
party.
N-word. N-word.
Yeah.
Did you know that? And he's like, no, I
didn't know that.
N-word? And he's like, I didn't know that. And he says, an N-word cook. You know what? I think I'm just going to
I did not remember that being in there. And I would have remembered that
I'm going to play you the scene. Because when I rewatched it, because we just did a show about The Shining, when I rewatched it, I was like, I do not remember this at all. I don't remember this. Now you got to keep in mind that The Shining was made in the 70s, and the 70s was a different time. They had a different lexicon back then, and this word obviously was used a lot more openly. And CNN actually did a thing. I might play the CNN clip too about the history of the word. And the history of the word comes from the Latin black, and that's it. And that's why Niger is spelled with one N. And then it evolved into simply just black. Negro in Spanish means black. And then during the time of slavery it became racially charged. And then it started being used by the KKK, and the meaning of it kind of flipped into a derogatory term. But it wasn't always a derogatory term. It didn't start out as a derogatory term, but it was turned into a derogatory term. And I'm not saying that it's not a derogatory term. But this was during the transition. This was when Joe Biden was in office pushing for Jim Crow laws. Okay, let's just leave it at that. This was when Joe Biden was pushing for Jim Crow laws. But check out this scene from The Shining and tell me, is this a Mandela effect? Because I do not remember these words being spoken in this scene.
I don't believe so. It's coming off now, sir.
Mr. Grady, weren't you once the caretaker here?
Why, no, sir. I don't believe so.
You, married man, are you?
Let me fast forward it just a little bit because I think it goes on a little bit. They go through that whole thing.
It drags a little bit,
about who are you, etc. And then all of a sudden Grady's demeanor changes.
You've always been the caretaker.
Okay, here we go. All right, so before we get into it, again, let me know, guys and gals in the chat, let me know in the comments, is this a Mandela effect, or has this particular scene, not the scene itself, because the scene's always been there, but this particular script writing, has it always been in there? And it somehow just eluded all of our consciousness? All those people who are doing videos about The Shining, decoding The Shining, everything like that, they just skip right over this part? Or is this something that's been added as part of the Mandela effect?
I should know, sir. I've always been here. Did you know, Mr. Torrance, that your son is attempting to bring an outside party into this situation?
Why not?
Did you know that? No. He is, Mr. Torrance.
A nigger?
A nigger cook.
A few other people are saying they don't remember it.
Your son has a very great talent. I don't think you are aware how great it is.
Okay. Do you guys and gals remember that being in the movie? Because I sure as hell don't.
Some people are saying, we literally have half people saying yes, half people saying no. In the chat, we have 3 people saying yes, 3 people saying no. Just in the first couple seconds, you know. Yeah, that's strange. I don't remember it being said like this exactly. I remember it being said differently. I remember the scene vaguely, but and I remember him talking about how your son has a talent, but he's a very naughty boy. But I don't remember anything about that word being in there or reference to the guy.
I don't remember that either.
Yeah, a lot of people now are saying no.
Cancel The Shining?
Oh, some people are saying maybe TV edited it.
Possibly.
But I don't remember watching on TV.
I've never
I remember
watched
watching
it on TV. Yeah,
like Netflix and stuff like that.
Yeah, well, I always got the DVD and stuff
like that. The
DVD
version, yeah.
But maybe it's just, it wasn't there. But it shocked me.
Yeah, it shocked me
Because
too.
we just did a Shining show, and I was like, I can't believe that's in there.
Yeah, we never
said
remembered
so nonchalantly. But it just goes to show the evolution of the word, or de-evolution, or whatever you want to call it.
Yeah, whatever you want to call it.
You know, and it's divide and conquer. It's to divide.
So much attributed to one word.
Right. And then, you know, of course, in the 90s, you had NWA, people like that. It became a gangster rap thing. It became a word of endearment. And then now it's like, you know, you can't even say it.
No, nobody can say it. Nobody's allowed to say it. It's weird. It's like this strange forbidden word. And the thing about forbidden words is that that involves censorship just on its face. It involves self-censorship, and it tells our society, you're not grown up yet enough to be able to handle certain words, certain phrases. It's going to hurt people's feelings and step on people's toes. So, you know, don't say things. But it's okay for certain people of certain colors to say these exact same things because it's in term of endearment. I mean, the mental gymnastics you have to jump through to get past all of that, it's unreal to me. It doesn't make sense to me, and I feel like it is divide and conquer on a race level.
Yeah, absolutely.
That's all it is.
And it's bothering me to watch it on the other side now, because it doesn't make it right, because it's anti-white racism now. But at the end of the day, why would marginalized populations want
democracy,
mob rule? They're not the mob. They may be the squad. But they're a very small group of people.
Yeah, and there's
any way you chop it up. You want to chop it up into black people, 12% of the population. You want to chop it up into Latinos, 17% of the population, something like that. You want to chop it up into LGBT, 2-3% of the population, whatever the statistics are.
Right.
All these quote unquote marginalized people want mob rule? That seems like, don't throw me in the briar patch, don't throw me in the briar patch, don't throw me in the briar patch.
It's very silly, isn't it? Because it's also the Democratic Party is the party of both inversion and then projection. So first they invert, and then they project onto another party what they themselves are actually doing. And they do it on every single level. I don't know if you've noticed, but everything they've accused certain people of colluding with certain countries about, they've actually been doing that with countries of their own, you know, specifically countries that we're, you know, supporting in wars right now. There's actually evidence that they were colluding with them back in 2016. A lot of evidence to suggest that. Even a mainstream media covered it. They had to. They couldn't.
Well, here's another gem. Okay, going back to Elon Musk, we were talking about this before.
Oh, yeah, there
you
go.
Is it possible that Musk is building a database for neural network or Neuralink or whatever the hell the case may be? Yeah, it's possible, sure. I don't want to go into that nihilistic, fatalistic viewpoint just yet. I want to give him the benefit of the doubt first and foremost. But one of the things that he posted first, about this may be a little bit late news, but about this Pelosi attack. We talked about this briefly on the last show. He posted, I think there might be something more to this. This was as soon as he took over Twitter. Now, Elon Musk is an African American. That's something that has to be considered here. He is an African American. He is. He's from Africa. He's South African, but he's an African American nonetheless.
South African is kind of considered not
that's
African.
The thing. That's why I call people black people, because I understand, number one, not all black people come from Africa.
Right.
I am a little more cultured than that. I know they come from Haiti. Some come from Australia. They come from all over the world. Okay? It's not just Africa. I remember this one liberal was in Europe calling a French black guy African American. And the guy was like, what the fuck are you talking about? I'm not African I'm not American.
I'm not
French.
American. I'm French. Yeah, what are you talking about?
It's a video I saw like 10 years ago. I was just laughing hysterically at it.
That's hilarious.
But he's an African American.
To these small-minded people.
I love saying that because it pisses the libs off.
They call the
facts.
other party small-minded, but they themselves are so small-minded that they can't understand that, that people that are black are smart enough to be able to figure out how to vote, and they aren't all African American. All the black people of the world. The things like that are just beyond them.
So this guy,
right over their heads.
As you've probably heard this before, but it's worth mentioning because it's happening right before the midterms. He went into Pelosi's house, and he said, "Where's Pelosi?" And he was supposedly a QAnon supporter and a Trump supporter and all of this, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Even though he lived in a bus, he was homeless, he was an illegal immigrant from Canada, he was LGBT, he officiated a nudist wedding for this woman named Taub Gaub or something like that.
I'm doing
she wrote a couple.
on them,
She wrote a couple books, and she's got all these sex charges against her and all this stuff. He's totally LGBT and BLM, big BLM flag outside of his bus. Yet he's a Trump supporter, just like John Sullivan,
right? Of course,
who was a Trump supporter on January 6th.
Yeah, on January.
But on every other day, he was BLM and Antifa.
Right. Exactly.
Okay.
Yeah. He's play.
So MSNBC has been firing a bunch of people, including that one racist woman that I just played. I forget her name. That's the thing. She didn't even leave that much of an impact on me that I literally forgot her name.
I forgot it too. That's weird.
Terry Cross? Terry Cross.
Terry Cross, yeah.
So they accidentally ran the story. And they ran the story in the way that we were talking about the story a while back. And Tucker Carlson happened to pick up on this. So if you haven't seen this, check this out. If you have, bear with us, and we'll move on here in just a moment.
It's in the Pacific Heights neighborhood of San Francisco. Inside the home, they found Pelosi's 82-year-old husband, Paul, and another man, 40 years younger, called David DePappy. Nancy Pelosi was out of town at the time. In full view of the police, DePappy hit Paul Pelosi in the head 2 times with a hammer. Both Pelosi and DePappy were then taken immediately to a local hospital, Pelosi for his head injuries and DePappy for reasons that are still not clear. DePappy was later charged in federal court with assault and attempted kidnapping. At this point, that's what we can say for certain. David DePappy assaulted Paul Pelosi with a hammer. Apparently, DePappy has admitted that in police custody. But beyond those facts, there is much in this story that remains muddy. How, for example, did DePappy get inside the Pelosi's home? That's the first question. Last year, ABC News reported what you already guessed, which is that Pelosi has round-the-clock protection at her houses. Quote, she has her own security. She has the Capitol Police. They fly all the way out here from Washington, D.C. with her. And yet, in this case, San Francisco DA Brooke Jenkins says that there was no security present at the Pelosi home on Friday night. And that's pretty strange because, according to multiple accounts, even when Pelosi isn't at home...
Okay, so first thing I want to point out is that you see the broken glass? It's broken outside, not inside. But they're saying that he climbed in through the third-story window first, and then they said he came in the back door. So I think Tucker's going to get more into this. I'd like to skip it over to where they play the MSNBC coverage, because MSNBC, here it is right here. They actually ran with the story. No, that's CNN. maybe this is it. I don't know. This might be the wrong video. If it's the wrong video, I'll explain what I'm talking about here.
Of homegrown right-wing extremism, well, then obviously you've been watching a lot of cable news today. Here's a selection.
Is this political violence, in your opinion?
It seems to be clear that the content of his social media and the statements he allegedly made about where's Nancy, we're going to wait for Nancy, certainly points in that direction.
It seems like there's this effort to normalize this kind of behavior and to make Trumpers feel, at home and prioritize their feelings.
This is about election denialism. What has happened over the last 2 years has seeped into the mind.
Okay, I think this might be the wrong clip. Forgive me, ladies and gentlemen. I'm going to give it to you in a nutshell. So, Elon Musk shared this, and as soon as he shared there might be something more to the story, all of a sudden everybody jumped all over him. Every single media outlet, and this was October 30th, I think, the day after this happened. Then the police report itself says that the police came to the house. DePappy was in the house for 30 minutes prior. Somebody opened the door, and when they opened the door, police were let in, and Pelosi said, everything's fine here, turned around, walked back to DePappy. DePappy then takes the hammer and hits Pelosi over the head with the hammer while they're both in their underwear.
No less.
In front of police. So he didn't attack Pelosi, and then police were called. Police were called, and then he attacked Pelosi. And then when he called 911, he said that he's having a dispute with a friend. This is Pelosi's own words. And the 911 call has been scrubbed. I wish I would have saved it. I should have saved it.
I might have
I should have saved it.
I'm going to check.
So the police reports, so we were wondering, who's this third party? Who's this third party? MSNBC puts out an article, and they say that according to the police report, Pelosi walked to the door, opened the door himself. So there was no third party, as we first speculated, because the police report did say somebody opened the door. It was Pelosi himself opened the door, went back to DePappy, and then DePappy hit him over the head with a hammer while they were in their underwear. And he told police, everything's fine here. We don't need you here. This is Pelosi saying this. And they turn around and they politicize this. And then they turn around and they say, NBC retracts erroneous Paul Pelosi story that fueled conspiracy theorists. No, NBC never retracted the story. All they did was delete it. They deleted it and then reprimanded the reporter for
reporting on
it.
It does look like that's what happened.
There is nothing that says that they retracted the story. No.
No, I'm actually looking at all of these articles right now, and it looks like nobody actually has a 911 call.
No. Tucker played it, and it was on one of Tucker's shows.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. And now I can't find that Tucker show. So I should have saved it. But it was Pelosi himself saying, a friend is here, we're having a dispute. I'm
going to try to find that
You
show.
can take that to the bank.
Yeah.
Like, I heard it with my own ears. The only discrepancy is that wasn't Paul Pelosi, but nobody's disputing that. So this all happens right before the midterms, all of a sudden?
Mm-hmm.
I don't think so. I don't know.
I think I found it. I found one of them where he's talking about the case. I don't know if that's the right one, but if it is, that would be valuable.
Good evening, and
I've got to flip through this to see what it is.
I think it's in the very first 2 minutes. He's talking about the Pelosi was pretty relaxed when the cops arrived.
Oh, okay, yeah. Here we go.
I thought that was the right one.
Yeah, I think this might be it here.
ABC News correspondent Miguel Almaguer letting you know that. Good evening and welcome to Tucker Carlson Tonight. Happy Friday. What a day. And it started on the weirdest possible note. If you tuned into the Today Show this morning looking for the usual funny cat videos and trans-friendly salad recipes, you may have been surprised to find actual news being committed on your screen. In place of the segment you expected to see, Fit and Sexy Over 70, There was NBC News correspondent Miguel Almaguer letting you know that actually that assault on Paul Pelosi in San Francisco that you read about last week, that story was a whole lot stranger than you ever imagined. According to Almaguer, citing several law enforcement sources with direct knowledge, it was Paul Pelosi who opened the door for police when they arrived. Now, you'll remember that authorities had previously told us that the intruder, David DePape, had broken into Paul Pelosi's bedroom on the third floor of the house and woken him up. Yet somehow both Pelosi and DePape were on the ground floor by the time police got there. Moreover, according to Almaguer, Pelosi and DePape had been together in the house for at least half an hour. And yet, strangely, they both seemed fine. With police present, Almaguer reported, Paul Pelosi, quote, did not immediately declare an emergency or leave his home.
That's
Instead,
so weird.
he, quote, walked back several feet toward the assailant
I would be if there was
and
an
away from
assailant
police.
in my house.
What? Paul Pelosi walked away from the police and toward David DePape? What could possibly explain behavior like that? And what were the two doing for the 30 minutes before police arrived? Under normal circumstances, we wouldn't want to know. Paul Pelosi's personal life is his business. It's not our business. We've got nothing against the guy. We believe in privacy. But unfortunately for Paul Pelosi, there's an election coming next week, and his wife's allies immediately politicized the assault against him. They tried to tell us that David DePape, a homeless, illegal alien nudist drug addict who had a BLM flag hanging near the broken school bus that he lives in, was actually a right-wing hitman inspired by Q, determined to act out the violence of January 6th in Nancy Pelosi's own home. They told us that, like we'd believe it. Then the President of the United States went on television and said it again. It's laughably absurd.
Hey, bring up that.
Russia bombed its own pipeline. Okay. But they said it, and they're still saying it.
That you were doing.
Then, out of nowhere, comes the Today Show, the head baton twirler in the Democratic Party's media pep squad, and completely, probably unintentionally, blows up their lie. After watching Almaguer's story in the Today Show this morning, you could only conclude, as Elon Musk put it, there's a tiny possibility there might be more to this story than meets the eye. You think? And now we know for a fact that there is more to the story because NBC News has Jeffrey Epsteined the entire thing. NBC deleted Almaguer's story.
I got to say, I love that phrase, and it's a phrase that I'm going to adopt myself or adapt. You know, Epstein the story. They even put this really big right here. NBC has Jeffrey Epstein their own report.
Both from its website and from Twitter. Why'd they do that? Well, obviously, they did it because the report was true. There's no question. When was the last time you saw someone punished for lying? No one's ever punished for lying. You can lie all you want. What you can't do is tell the truth about something important. That's dangerous. You will be punished if you do that. And many are punished, in case you haven't noticed. So just for fun, we called over to NBC News today. We want to get their explanation for why they censored their own story. But mostly, for being honest, we just wanted to rub their noses in the fact that they're not journalists at all. They're obedient little...
Okay, Tucker is a mainstream propagandist. You know, left or right, it's all the same bullshit. But you got to hand it to him, though. I admire his honesty. You know, we just wanted to rub their noses in it a little bit for Epsteining the story. I mean, okay, maybe he's doing it just to appeal to, you know, people out there because he understands. He has his finger on the pulse. He understands the temperature out there. And but it's great to see these terms out in the mainstream. They Epstein the story, and we just wanted to rub their nose in it a little bit.
Wanted to rub their noses in the fact that they're not journalists at all. They're obedient little throne-sniffing servants to the party in power. Predictably, NBC News refused to tell us what was wrong with their own story, but of course we already knew what was wrong with it. Nancy Pelosi didn't like it. That was the problem. Nancy Pelosi did appreciate the story that NBC News ran entitled, "The GOP has Paul Pelosi's blood on its hands." That story remains on the NBC website tonight. It meets their, quote, standards. So what are we watching here? Well, lying, obviously, but not the usual kind of lying. Normal people lie in a very recognizable way. They're human beings. They have consciences. They feel guilty about lying. So they don't go all the way. They shade the truth. Did you eat these cookies, you'll ask your 5-year-old? I had one, he'll say, looking at you nervously. He's lying, but he's doing it to the minimum extent he feels he has to. But if you ask a sociopath the same question, you'll get a very different answer. Did you eat these cookies, you'll ask? No, Hill replied, looking you straight in the face and smiling faintly. You ate them.
Let that sit in for just a second. I love the way he did that. Did you eat those cookies? No. You ate them.
Yep.
There's something about the way he did that that sent a chill down my spine, because that encompasses the mainstream media talking points so well, and the psychopathic nature of the government, the people in power right now, and all these propagandists who will literally look at you and say, no, you ate those cookies, and grin the way that he's grinning right now. I mean, this is gold. This is gold. What do they give reporters? Pulitzer prizes?
Yeah.
He needs a Pulitzer Prize for this.
That's not shading
totally
the
agree.
truth. That's inverting the truth. It's scary, and you're seeing a lot of it lately. John Fetterman won The View today, for example. The one thing everyone knows about John Fetterman is that in May he suffered serious brain damage from a stroke.
Okay, that's a good segue into the John Fetterman thing that I just want to touch upon briefly, really quick.
Yeah, me too. Yeah.
If this is the best they have, this is the best they have. I mean, George Carlin did a bit, and he's like, everybody's mad at the government, but folks, these are the best that we have. These are the best that we have as Americans. What does that say about America? And I was laughing at the time when he made that joke. But you've got a guy with dementia in the White House who, is going on about his butt being wiped. And then you have John Fetterman. And I'm not going to sit here and make fun of somebody who just had a stroke and is suffering from a stroke. I'm not going to do that. That's cold. That's heartless. But what's even colder and even more heartless is to use these people as puppets and as pawns. Joe Biden is the biggest piece of shit in the world, no doubt about it. But he is still an old man with dementia, and using them in the way that they are. I said this pre-election, I'm saying this post-election. My views have remained the same. It is elder abuse. It is elder abuse.
Mm-hmm.
Putting John Fetterman out there for Senate after having brain damage from a stroke is abuse of a disabled person.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely,
and it is disgusting.
It really is
absolutely fucking disgusting.
If they can't even say fit for office and they say sit for office, they're not ready to go back to work.
During the Oz debate, they ask him, what are you going to do with the economy? And he goes, good night, everybody.
Yeah.
That was his reply. He can barely read off of a teleprompter.
I don't even think he can do that. I think he has to have it read for him.
This is so utterly disgusting and transparent that you no longer have to wonder if these people are puppets. You know for a fact that these people are puppets. And who in the hell is this 49% that's voting for him? I mean, any job out there, any fucking job, okay? It doesn't matter what it is. If you suffer a stroke and you're going to put people's lives in danger, you're not fit to do that job.
Right.
Now, I don't think we should send John Fetterman away and without anything. There should be social services that help people who have been suffering from strokes and things like that. But at the same time, we shouldn't be putting them in power. You have to go through rigorous training and health evaluations to be a first-class soldier. I don't know what the classes of soldiers are, but just to be an entry-level soldier, you have to go through rigorous health exams.
There's no way
you have to go through mental training.
Yeah.
People have dropped out in basic training because they're not mentally fit to serve.
Right.
Because you're putting a gun in their hand.
Mm-hmm.
You're going to put a pen in these people's hands that have the ability to send out hundreds of thousands of people with guns and detonate bombs.
Right.
Where is it? How did the system fall apart like this? To where you have to be mentally fit to go out and serve in the military for $2,000 a month, a mere $2,000 a month.
Yeah.
But you can be a senator with brain damage?
Yeah, exactly.
And the people who are supposedly voting for him? You know, they have to have as much brain power as a mail-in ballot. And unfortunately, that's all it takes to get elected these days.
Yeah, and that is very, very unfortunate, you know. And you know what I meant to say earlier is that it's not him that's even running. If you notice, it's the wife that's running. She's the one that's calling all the shots here. So who are we voting for? I mean, who are they voting for in that state? That's egregious. I've never heard of a campaign where the person that's running has just had a stroke and can't understand things that are, you know, even said to him, so he has to read them off a screen in order to understand them, and then the wife steps in and takes over every single question like they're asking her the question every time they go out in public. That's not a person that's running for office. That's a person's wife that's running for office under his name. Because isn't she illegal?
She's not illegal, but she's legal because she married.
John Fetterman. She was an illegal alien though.
But okay, so this woman, she's a Brazilian citizen. She said that she was going to college in New York, and she read about this poor town in Pennsylvania, and decided to write the governor. And you know, because she heard about this poor town that was suffering, and she went over and she met the governor,
who lived in his parents' basement.
I mean, you want to get into it? I'll show you some fucking videos of this bitch.
I mean,
this bitch is really this bitch is sick.
Yeah, this is some evil shit, dude. You're gonna basically ride on his back
to say
like a princess or something.
You want to see some sick shit?
Yeah.
Forgive me, ladies and gentlemen, but you know, we'll get into some esoteric stuff here in a second, but we're still on our little soapbox.
It has been a chaotic week for Democratic Senate nominee John Fetterman would be an understatement. Pennsylvania's lieutenant governor suffered a stroke last Friday. Then on Tuesday, he voted from the hospital via emergency absentee ballot in the state's Democratic Senate primary. He won the race later that night. And on the same day, Fetterman underwent a nearly 3-hour procedure to get a pacemaker implanted. For more, let's bring in Giselle Barreto Fetterman.
This bitch right here.
Yeah, she's crazy.
This bitch. I don't know if this video is going to go into her tour of their house, but they live in this converted car dealership. And there's this one part where she's walking around. Okay, so hold on. So maybe they're going to play it in this clip, but if so, this really paints a picture here.
Emergency room, he was able to get the best care and completely reverse the stroke. But this happened, you know, in an unusual week at the middle of...
No, they're not playing the audio of it. Here he says, yeah, you know, I was feeling this and that, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And she steps in and she says, I made you get it.
Yeah,
remember?
It
was me. I made you get it. And then she's doing a tour of their house in another video. And she's going through and she's like, yeah, you know, this is our family here. I decided to keep John's head in these pictures here because this is where people first walk in. And so I thought it would be good for John's head to be seen here in these photos. And even Biden was like, you're going to make a fine lady in the Senate.
Yep.
Fucking puppets.
He assumed what everybody else is thinking.
You know, 10 years ago, we were calling them puppet presidencies, puppet politicians. They're literal fucking puppets. They're literal
now they really are
puppets.
And now they really are. And I don't know if it's because they're pulling on people's heartstrings and making people go, oh, wow, look how hard he's trying. You know, I'm going to go ahead and vote for him. You know, it's okay that the wife's making all the decisions because it's nice to see a couple that supports each other like that. No, that's not supportive. That's not supportive.
Oh, here, I got the video.
That's not how you support yourself.
I got the video, ladies and gentlemen. Here's the documents right here.
Okay, here we go.
All right, I don't know where this is, where she's talking about the picture, but this fucking bitch, and you know, I wouldn't be so hard on her if it wasn't for the fact that she was taking advantage of a disabled person.
In Braddock, Pennsylvania.
Cool. What's your favorite space here?
Anything near windows where I can see what's going on out there.
What was the first thing you did this morning?
I had fruits for breakfast, and then I went to the fruit store.
What do you eat for breakfast?
Usually fruit. Today I had watermelon.
What was your first job?
Ice cream. I worked at Baskin Robbins, and they said, oh, after a week here, you'll be tired of ice cream, but not true. I ate ice cream still every day I was there.
What the fuck is going on with the ice cream? Can somebody please explain to me what the fuck is going on with the ice cream?
I don't know.
Because we have Joe Biden, the same thing with ice cream.
Yeah.
And according to our cipher that we came to in about 2016 when we were working on that film about pizza, ice cream has a very, very, very dark undertone.
Yes, it does.
Extremely dark undertone.
And I was going to get into that with the Adam Schiff information.
Oh, yeah. The Adam Schiff stuff. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. Some people were saying that there's, they want higher vibes, and we'll get into some higher vibes.
Because it's talking about how he goes for chocolate ice cream.
But let's... Really?
Uh-huh. No joke.
Okay, let me play this real quick. Okay,
Growing up, what was your favorite TV show?
Full House.
Okay.
All
right, this is the picture part. I'm just gonna play this part here, and then
So
you'll see what a fucking demonic fucking
psycho
fucking bitch this woman is.
I've done like the thrill-seeking stuff. I've bungee jumped, I've skydived, but I've picked up a lot of hitchhikers over the years. And
Shit!
What the hell? Are they dead?
Okay, guys. Okay, we're gonna tie this in here in just a second.
Yeah.
But I didn't watch this all the way through. I only saw clips. We've picked up a lot of hitchhikers throughout the years. This is gonna tie into Pelosi.
Yeah.
This is gonna tie into Adam Schiff. Okay, we're gonna break some hardcore shit here.
You don't pick up hitchhikers unless
No. We're gonna break it down.
All right.
Crazy. I think that's just carpooling.
Is that a picture of your husband up there?
I left his head on all of these because, it's a public. A lot of people come here, so I thought that was nice.
I'm gonna play that for you one more time.
I thought that was nice.
You have.
A lot of people come here.
Your husband up there?
I left his head on all of these because, it's a public. A lot of people come here, so I thought that was nice.
I left his head here because it's a public space, and a lot of people come here, and I thought that was nice.
What the hell is wrong with her? Is she saying that in their bedroom and stuff like that, she has only pictures of herself and all the pictures with him and then have his head cut off? I think that's what that means.
All right. So
I just decided not to let that, leave that in.
You want to dive into the darkness?
Okay, let's dive into the darkness.
We're going to dive into the darkness, but hold on.
Deep.
I want to tell you this first before we do. Let's try to keep it family friendly to the best that we can.
Yes.
Okay. You all know what pizza is. You all know what all that stuff is about. Okay. Yeah. We've been hearing a lot about ice cream. Mm-hmm. Ice cream is a code. Adam Schiff used to go out for chocolate ice cream.
Mm-hmm.
Paul Pelosi had DePappy, or DePappy, or however the fuck you spell it, a homeless guy in his house for 30 minutes. It was Paul Pelosi's hammer. The police were called. When the police arrived, there was no security there.
Mm-hmm.
Paul Pelosi answered the door. He told them there's nothing to worry about here, and he walks back to DePappy.
Towards the person that's apparently
who was in his underwear.
Yeah.
At that point, DePappy smacks him in the head with a hammer.
Right.
This is something we came across a couple years ago about Adam Schiff that we never talked about.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Yeah, the thing with Adam Schiff is that
before you do that, is there anything you want to put on the screen while you're talking?
Yeah, I've sent you a few links.
Okay. I'll find that
because
later.
this goes really deep, you guys, because that whole San Francisco community has values that are vastly different than most of the country, and I mean that on every level. I mean, there's a lot of really weird stuff that goes on in San Francisco. And one of the weird things that happens is that Adam Schiff, who hails from that area too, he whenever he goes back there, he always runs around with a guy called Ed Buck. Ed Buck, and I think this is why this is happening now, because Ed Buck is no longer throwing these parties. They arrested him a few years ago, but ever since they arrested him, it's been coming out more and more details about what was going on at his home and at different hotel rooms all around San Francisco. What's been happening is they've been taking homeless black, usually homeless black or homeless, very indigent white males that are foreigners, especially, don't have family, don't have anybody checking up on them, and they take them as prostitutes, but then they keep getting them higher and higher and higher with more and more drugs, and it's usually crystal meth or something that speeds up their heart, and then they start to hurt them and they won't let them go. They end up being tortured to death, sometimes in things in ways that are recorded for use in for the same reason that other things are recorded, and it's right. A really serious problem. And Adam Schiff was running around with a guy like this.
So these are,
and there's evidence of that.
These
apparently.
are films with the first word based on a tobacco product that you put in your mouth. Actually, you put in your nose.
Yeah, that's a good way of putting it.
Snuff tobacco.
Yeah.
Okay. And again, we're trying not to use
keywords.
Keywords,
We're trying not to use keywords, and we're also
it
trying to keep it family friendly as much as we possibly can.
So when Adam Schiff was up parading around during the whole impeachment thing, the first thing that he did was completely make up a transcript and ran with it on national television. When they called him out on it, he said he was doing a parody. Who the fuck heads a commission for impeachment and opens it up with a parody? Most people thought that parody was actually the transcript between the call between Trump and the Ukraine. And I forget the guy's name over there. But he's a puppet president also, no doubt about it. But what they were doing is they were trying to figure out what the Bidens were up to over there. And they did figure out what the Bidens were up to over there. And the laptop proves it, and all that. I don't have to go into that. But this is when this came on our radar. We just, for some reason, never talked about it.
Well, and the fact that this is happening in Hollywood, I realize now that Ed Buck actually lived in Hollywood whenever he was, active. And so it's happening in Hollywood, which is right down the street from where? In L.A., downtown L.A.?
Skid Row.
Which houses...
the Cecil.
There you go.
Okay, so
that's... And see, we're seeing the same patterns. Do you see
Let me read this
some
article.
patterns here?
Let me read this article here.
I'm seeing patterns.
So, first these allegations... Okay, so really dirty photos of Adam Schiff in a gay drug den allegedly surface. If you can find those photos, that'd be great.
Yeah, that one might be tough, but okay. I'll look.
First, these allegations about collusion kook Adam Schiff, even though Adam Schiff does not believe that President Donald Trump or nominees like Brett Kavanaugh deserve the presumption of innocence. We want to be really clear. Adam Schiff has not been convicted of any of these crimes related to the allegations of wrongdoings that you're about to read about. He's totally innocent until proven guilty. Wow. That takes a patriot there. That doesn't apply to modern society. Anyways, the second thing we want to point out to you is that the alleged photographs of Adam Schiff in a notorious gay drug den with very young, naked African American men, hopefully not boys, in Hollywood, which are currently being passed around off camera by literally everyone in the media and in Congress in Washington, D.C. are really gross. Allegedly really, really gross, according to the people who have seen them, that is. Before we get to that, Adam Schiff and the alleged allegations against him, we also have to explain Ed Buck. Ed Buck is a very wealthy man who lives alone in Hollywood. When someone says that Hollywood is donating gobs of cash to Democrats, politicians, and candidates, they don't just mean fine, upstanding citizens like Harvey Weinstein or Kevin Spacey. They also mean Ed Buck. Mr. Buck is a virtual celebrity among Democrat politicians. He was a campaign builder who raised oodles of cash for Barack Obama and Hillary Clinton. You can easily find pictures of him online, yucking it up with one of his favorite candidates, Hillary Clinton. He was bundling campaign cash for Kamala Harris for president last year until he ended up being arrested on murder charges, which we'll get to in a moment. Too bad about Kamala, by the way, huh? Buck is also a major donor for California Democrats, Ted Lieu, and Adam Schiff.
Yep.
Ed Buck is a very rich and very progressive. He's also very, very extremely gay, like Freddie Mercury gay, but without the hit records or incredible fashion sense. And Ed Buck also has a very specific and disgusting fetish that everyone in Hollywood, including the LAPD, has known about for years. Ed Buck likes to lure young African-American gay homeless men up into his swanky condominium drug den. Then, according to the Department of Justice and the family of Ed Buck's victims, he pays the young men to strip off their clothes while snorting and smoking increasingly large amounts of narcotics. Once the young men pass out from too many drugs, the Department of Justice alleges that Clinton Schiff donor Ed Buck then proceeds to get a bit carried away in all the excitement, shall we say. The first time one of Ed Buck's young Palmers died in his apartment a few years ago, prosecutors declined to charge him with anything. The second time a young black homeless man was found dead in Buck's apartment just last June, the FBI raided the place, and he's still in jail awaiting trial on charges of running a drug den and viciously raping and incapacitated victims repeatedly. According to the FBI, Attorney General Bill Barr is wondering why Congressman Adam Schiff paid at least 16 separate visits to Ed Buck's apartments, which was an own drug den. Plus, AG Barr supposedly has some questions about the photographs of Adam Schiff that were seized by the FBI, etc., etc. There's also rumors floating around that this isn't just hearsay, that an FBI agent may have recently leaked the truly incredibly disturbing photos of Adam Schiff, which literally everyone in Washington, D.C. has seen by now. But first, no FBI agent would ever leak evidence from an investigation. I mean, right? Come on, man. I'm racking my brain trying to figure this out, blah, 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 blah. So that gives you the gist of it. I don't want to go into the dirty details of it unless you have anything more. That guy's in prison. Yeah, the guy's
30 years.
The guy's in prison
for
now.
Fatally drugging two homosexual homeless men.
Right.
So it's not like there's nothing to base this on. This is something that's very much based on fact. Please go ahead. I'm sorry. That's
no, I was just going to pull up Ed Buck jail.
Yeah, I sent you a link already.
Okay, Ed Buck this is justice.gov. Okay, justice.gov.
Yep.
For the YouTube censors out there, for anybody that wants to, do misinformation, disinformation, you want to fact check this, fact check justice.gov.
Yep.
Okay.
There you go.
Ed Buck sentences 30 years in federal prison for providing methamphetamine to two victims who suffered from fatal overdoses. Edward Buck, a businessman and longtime figure of West Hollywood politics, was sentenced to 360 months in federal prison for providing fatal doses of methamphetamine to two men who died in his apartment after he injected them with a drug. Buck, 67, was sentenced by the U.S. District Judge Christina Snyder. A restitution hearing in this case is for May 16th. At the conclusion of a 9-day trial in July of 2021, a federal judge found Buck guilty of 2 counts of distributing methamphetamine resulting in death, 4 counts of distribution, and 1 count of maintaining a drug-involved premises, and 2 counts of enticements to travel to interstate for commerce for prostitution, so on and so forth. No conspiracy theories, all facts, conspiracy facts, as always, as you find here on Beyond the Veil.
Yep, exactly.
So tying in these other guys here, was DePappy, I'm just asking the question for the YouTube censors out there.
Yep.
Was DePappy one of these guys?
Mm-hmm.
And is this why, when the police arrived, perhaps a unit that wasn't familiar with Pelosi's home,
and
because that's what the police reports say, that they didn't know that this was a high-profile case.
Right.
They didn't realize that it was Pelosi's home that they were going to. Obviously, it was some rookie who was not in on it that was responding to the house.
Right.
Perhaps that's why Pelosi came to the door and said,
"Come on in.
Nothing's wrong.
Yeah.
Nothing's wrong.
Nothing's wrong.
We don't need police here."
Yeah.
Walked back towards DePappy to finish what he had started, and DePappy turned the hammer on him.
Oh, is that when police... He told the police to go ahead and go?
He told the police that there was no emergency here.
I didn't hear that part. Yeah, oh, wow. Now that I know that he told police there wasn't any emergency, you can go. Wow. Okay, that adds a whole new level of what the actual, is going on here. I don't know. I think you're absolutely right, and I think we're even more spot on with our analysis than we were before, in my opinion.
I think so too. And I'm glad we didn't cover this way back when, because it's relevant now.
Mm-hmm.
Very, very, very relevant.
Extremely, extremely.
So what we're seeing here is we're seeing an iceberg. we're seeing the top layers of what is the pizza related things that go way, 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 way deeper.
Oh yeah.
But I think these are guys who get their rocks off with doing this kind of stuff. You get into the deeper levels and you talk about, as we talked about in a previous show, vampirism. But vampirism both physically and also spiritually.
Energetically.
And the younger the victim, the purer the energy is. And it's interesting because we were hanging out at this multimillionaire's house the other day.
Oh, yeah.
And his wife, I thought she was 19.
Yeah.
And she was 29.
Yeah.
And I'm like, you look 19. She's like, yeah, I know. I'm like, okay, whatever you're doing, keep it up.
Yeah.
And we walked out of the house feeling very strange.
Yeah.
Very strange. I
Didn't
don't want to
right.
get too much into it because they're friends of friends.
Yeah, they're friends of friends. We don't want to.
I don't want to say anything negative.
Yeah.
But let me just say that we walked out with a very, very weird feeling.
Yeah. Just dark.
It's almost like my adrenal glands were feeling funny. And then I went home and I fired up my Chrome browser. If you guys can read between the lines.
Yep. And we're always able to read the energy of places pretty well, and we have kept ourselves safe and kept each other safe throughout the years doing that. And so I trust that feeling, and I know that feeling. We've had that feeling before in our journey together. So I'm not worried about it, but it's something I'm going to keep in mind from now on.
I'm not worried about it either.
Yeah.
I don't want to become a target. That's
Me
why
either.
I don't want to say too much.
Yeah.
But
Absolutely.
at the same time, it's interesting to have firsthand encounters that are chance encounters. And it's very good people.
Yeah, it's
who
good
are
people.
trying to connect us with very successful people.
Exactly.
To further our businesses, to further our broadcast, to further all of that. But we read energy. And when we read energy, we know what energy is creeping around the corner. And as we said in the vampire show, immortal life is tempting. Hell, another 200 years would be tempting.
Oh, yeah. It
Very
would.
tempting.
Oh, yeah, it would.
Restoration of the body.
Oh, not being sick. Or
Not being, not having EDS, not having chronic
not
pain.
having a genetic disorder, yeah.
Not having any of that going on. That's tempting. But when you know who you are, when you understand the finite nature of this life, even if it goes on for 200, 300, 400 more years, when you know you're going to be trapped in this machine, there is nothing that can tempt you away from from your mission here in this matrix. When you understand that this place is shutting down.
Exactly. It's not going to be here anymore.
There's only one thing that is my fountain of youth. There's only one thing that I use. And that is
iAlife.
iAlife. AYALife.com.
I was just about to say.
It is 99%
next
pure
best thing.
CBD. It has the spirit of the ayahuasca vine in it. I go to Mother Earth. I go to life.
Yeah.
That's what this is. This is life. Life energy. It's not death energy. It's life energy. And I guarantee you life energy is so much more powerful than death energy. And it's amazing because I find that as we dug through that pizza-related stuff, we realized that what they were doing is they were trying to open portals. They were trying to shift timelines. They were trying to do the stuff that we can do with the plants. We can do with ayahuasca. Now, this isn't ayahuasca. This is non-psychoactive. This is for health benefits.
Right.
But the ayahuasca ritual itself, some people, organic consciousness, have the ability to open portals, have the ability to shift timelines. Everybody has the ability to benefit from iAlife and from taking care of your body and feeling rejuvenated, feeling the youth from the life, not from the death. And just wanted to do a quick plug. We still have the buy one get one free going.
And I think we are going to be doing something completely new and different in the near future. So, be sure to
go to the mailing list.
I was just about to say,
but
join
for
the
now,
mailing list.
Put 2, 4, 6, 8, 10 quantities in your cart. Go to checkout. I have 8 in my card right now. Let's take it back down to 2. Put in code BTV Tribe at checkout and get 50% off, meaning you get 1,000 milligrams of 99% pure CBD infused with ayahuasca. It tastes great. That's the one biggest compliment we get is how
it's the one CBD oil that tastes amazing.
It's the only CBD oil that actually tastes good. One person said that it had a little bit too much of a berry flavor.
Yeah.
And so I was like, okay, I get that. We try to put a hint of berry in it to give it a nice sweet taste, but it might be, maybe it was just one batch. That was maybe, a little bit too much of the
overflavored
of the USDA certified organic flavoring that we put into it. No aspartame,
organic.
no sugars, nothing like that. No high fructose corn syrup, nothing like that. We have a secret ingredient that makes it sweet.
It tastes
It comes
great.
from babies, but no.
No, it does not come from anything remotely like that. No, it is.
They wouldn't USDA
it comes from
certify
plants.
it.
Yeah, they wouldn't certify organic.
They wouldn't
that.
USDA or certify it. Well, or maybe they would.
They would USDA certify it. Yeah, it was grade something. Ugh,
I'm just joking.
that's
But
gross.
yeah, no,
But
one person said that it was a little too sweet. But the point is, it doesn't taste like grass.
It doesn't taste like
every other
a
CBD
lawn.
oil does.
Yeah.
And it actually works. Like, it really does. Like, people who have bought it, they say they bought it just to support BTV, but when they started using it, they were like, holy shit. And then others were commenting on the last show that we did, that when they stopped using it, they felt a big difference between while they were using it and while they stopped using it.
When they stopped using it, yeah.
It almost became like part of their regular regimen that they needed, because they were doing so well with it.
Right.
The core thing
feel so much better with it.
is inflammation in the body. And that inflammation in the body results in so many different things. And when you take care of that inflammation in the body, it takes care of so many other things in the body too. We can't make any health claims. And it's sad because sometimes, we can't even post our testimonials on our website because our credit card processors are like, you're making claims. And we're like, no, we're not making claims. The people that are using are making claims.
That are using it,
they're sharing their experiences. And they're like, yeah, still, we consider that you making claims. It's like, well, it's not us. It's our people are writing us and telling us, they have Parkinson's and it's helping them with their Parkinson's. It's helping them with their tennis elbow. It's helping them with, their cancer treatments. We had one person write and say they're doing their cancer treatments and they're going and they're coming back from their cancer treatments feeling great after using this and being on it regularly, They're even able to withstand their cancer treatments and come back and feel fine afterwards. I'm not saying that this is the cure for cancer, but I'm saying that in conjunction with cancer treatments, we have had reports that people are using it and taking the cancer treatments, and the cancer treatments aren't affecting them in the way that they would affect them if they're not taking it.
If they weren't using it, yeah.
So many great reviews for that. AYAlife.com. I don't want to make this an ILF show.
People, including myself. I mean, it's just, I mean, I don't know if you guys noticed, but I've gained like 20 pounds in the last
You have gained
couple
a lot of
weeks,
weight.
a couple months.
Yeah. Yeah.
And I feel great. I feel amazing. And I attribute it to ILife. I've been using twice the normal dose that I would usually use. I mean, it's on the high end of what we recommend for people, but it's what my body needs. So
yeah, I mean, it's so cheap. $59 for 1,000 milligrams. Go try to find 1,000 milligrams
anywhere.
Here's the dirty little secret of the CBD company industry, is that they have different plants and they don't know how much CBD is actually in their formulas. I got offered the crude CBD oil from a friend of mine. He's a musician. I've done truth music with him before, and he's very successful in his endeavors. But he said, dude, I'll give it to you, basically for free, the crude CBD oil. And I said, okay, can you guarantee me? Because some people want the crude CBD oil, and I'm like, can we guarantee our customers that there's going to be 500 milligrams in each bottle? And he goes,
right.
Well, not really. He says nobody can guarantee that. And I said, why not? And he said, because each plant is different. You'll get around that. Because we're pretty consistent with our growing, so you'll get around that. But some bottles may be weaker, some bottles may be stronger. That's just the nature of it. And I said, well, this is the way that we do it. And he's like, oh, well, you guys are going the extra mile. He's like, most companies don't do that. He's like, if you guys are doing that, then keep doing it the way you're doing it, because that's the way you're going to get consistency. But I can offer you the crude CBD stuff that everybody sells, and, you can make a killer profit with it. And we're like, yeah, I guess we can add it to the lineup if that's what people want, but I'd rather just offer the good stuff. I'd rather offer the quality stuff that is quality controlled.
I say we don't go down in quality, we go up in quality. If we're going to move.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking too. It was a tempting offer.
It is, but at the same time, we're not gonna give people something that they've trusted forever to not.
What I'm concerned about is that we start offering the other one as well, and we call it Aya Life, whatever, and then people are like, "Hey, this isn't working."
Right.
That's what I'm concerned about.
I'm concerned about that as well.
Even the profit margin
to have a
is much higher.
consistent product.
Much higher. Yeah. Yeah.
I want people to have a consistent product. I don't want people to have an inconsistent product, because I don't want to be known as an inconsistent product.
Yeah, and I don't want to go back to, having people coming and buying the other one and saying, "Hey, this one's not working for me.
This is not working. I want the other one."
Well, not just that, but trying that one and then not even trying, the flagship one.
Not even wanting to try it because
and then getting the
had a bad
exact same experience they've had from other CBD companies too.
Yeah,
where they're just like, CBD doesn't work. CBD is a scam.
Exactly. It's just going to contribute to the problem.
Right. I don't want to contribute to that problem.
Yeah.
So I told them no, thank you.
Consistently contributing to the problem, which is the problem I have with so many of the CBD companies that are making the whole industry look bad, because their product is not consistent, and as a result, they're underdosing people and then overdosing other people, and then there's sometimes other elements in there that you don't want to be in there, and that our product is known for not having in there.
No. Okay, so here's what they do, right?
Yeah.
They call it full spectrum. And then they say it's 1,000 milligrams. They include waxes, they include fats, they include literally everything in that quote unquote 1,000 milligram. And they charge $150 freaking a bottle.
Yeah. It's
ridiculous. Then the plant itself has about 3% CBD, maybe 6. Some of the better plants have 12. And I've seen one company out there, and it was a small mom and pop company, one company that was actually honest, and they put on the bottle, contains 12% CBD out of the 1,000 milligrams. So really, they're getting 120 milligrams of CBD.
You're getting
in that 1,000 milligram bottle.
Exactly.
That's why we do the 99% pure. That's why we extract it and then infuse it for several different reasons. I mean, number one, because we know the consistency. Number two, because it doesn't taste like freaking dirt.
Right.
Like it literally tastes like dirt. It literally tastes like grass. Like
grass.
You take it and it tastes like freaking grass.
Like a lawn.
Yeah, that's exactly what it was.
Yeah.
I remember when we were first developing this, I was talking to some business people that I know. And they were like, "Man, CBD tastes like freaking grass, dude. Why do you want to get in that business?" And I was like, no, check this out. I'm like, I could take this every day.
I could take this every day.
Yeah. He's like, I can take this every day. That other crap, no, there was no way that I could do it.
Yeah, it was inedible.
Yeah, so ayalife.com, ayalife.com, the buy one, get one free coupon is good for the one single bottles, and it's BTV Tribe, just like our Patreon, patreon.com/BTV Tribe, all lowercase. Take advantage before it's gone, and get on the mailing list, because we're going to be sending out some really special things coming up here to our people who are on our mailing list.
Yes, so, we are. That's no joke.
Let's get into some end of world stuff on the other side.
Yes,
we might cut it here for our Patreons. I mean, for the YouTube audience, and then the rest will be on Patreon. So if you're watching up to this point, there's plenty more of the show to go. I see we have several hundred people listening live.
Oh, that's awesome.
And so
great.
Several hundred people, stay tuned, because we're going to keep the show going live on YouTube, no doubt about it. And the rest will be on patreon.com/BTV Tribe. Black's Rainbow said, "Cool shirt." Thank you very much.
It's a great shirt.
I got my man here.
Yeah.
You know what? Since you mentioned the Ibis, I might as well go ahead and play The Ibis Has Returned, because it's been a while since I've played that. I don't like the way I delivered my vocals on this.
I don't like the way I delivered my vocals.
I did this in 2016, and it was before we went to the pyramid. It was before any of that. I put the song together, And you did the vocals, and then we wound up taking the song to Egypt with us and playing it in the Temple of Hatshepsut before we started our ceremony, playing it in the Temple of Isis before we started our ceremony, and playing it in the Great Pyramid too. And then I came back and I'm like, I don't like my vocals on this, but it seems blasphemous to re-record it after it's been played in so many sacred sites. What do you think? Should we re-record it?
I think we should re-record it, but I want people to listen to.
Maybe we'll have the pyramid version, which is this version, and then the new version.
Yeah,
but I can do my vocals so much better. You know,
I think I can too.
I remember Mama told me not to stare at the sun, but I did for 20 minutes. That's when it begun.
I thought
I did this one too fast. You know, I remember Mama told me not to stare at the sun, but I did for 20. You know, I could do a better flow in my opinion.
Yeah, I think you can too.
But this is the pyramid version. This is the version that was played in the King's Chamber. We'll be right back. This is for all of the BTV family out there. We have done something historical today. Love you. Alright. Can you get it? Coming to you from way beyond the veil. We're here and we just wanted to show you the descent now as we're descending to the King's Chamber, from the King's Chamber back down to the land of mortals. Anyways, they're pressing us. We
really gotta get out of here.
We're not only beyond the veil, but we're also beyond our time too. So love you, and we'll make more updates here soon. From the King's Chamber. I love that creepy music at the end. That freaked me out when I saw that. I didn't see it until 2020, obviously. I was making that video and I was like, what the hell does that say? And then people were like,
no.
We were like, you photoshopped that. You photoshopped that.
Nope.
And I was like, all right, here's a video of how I came across it, you know?
Yeah, this is...
It's explained right there. Like you photoshopped it.
No, we didn't do a single thing to that. That was the creepiest, one of the creepiest coincidental things about our trip there.
I think it was right on point.
I mean, yeah.
I think it was showing It was the way I see it. It was a message.
A message, yeah.
For us later to find later.
You'll know that
you'll
the
know what
resets-
this means.
Yeah.
When you see the reset working, and
There
it
you
was,
go.
right there.
Uh-huh.
And the look on your face too.
Like
during the screenshot.
Like, okay.
Yeah. Because I put it in Photoshop and I was looking at it 10 different ways and I was like, no, there's no way.
Yeah, we were trying it
I was
all
like,
different
there's
ways.
no way. I was like, that's got to be.
To get rid of.
Okay, that's got to be a G there.
Uh-huh,
no, is it a G?
yes.
Is that, what is that there? I'm like, no, those are
No,
scratches.
that's
There's something
scratches.
specifically written in there. These are scratches
Mhm.
here. And I put it in Photoshop and I looked at it and I enhanced it a little bit. And then
Right.
I overlaid it with, and then I marked out what was not scratches. And I'm like, holy fucking shit, this is COVID.
It says COVID.
It's COVID.
Very interesting.
COVID.
And yeah, I think you're absolutely right. I think it's a marker.
Or to be more specific, COVID-19.
I think it's a marker for
That name
the
gets
reset.
further and further away from calling it the Chinese virus.
That's a great song too.
So here we are.
Yeah.
4 years and 7 months later.
Yeah.
Coming up on the apocalypse.
We're coming up on the great revealing unfolding before us, and we get to get front row seats. That's why I'm so glad to be here during this time, because it's like the most exciting time that there is in this process, because the virus is dying off. It's this virus that has taken over the minds of and the consciousness of humanity for thousands and thousands of years is finally
I got to run downstairs and
coming
grab
to an
something.
end.
Can you keep it going for a few minutes or do you want me to run a break?
If you don't mind running a break, I have to use the restroom.
Okay.
So
Yeah. Sorry, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to take another really quick break.
My apologies. I do have to.
I need to grab something from downstairs. What are we going to play during the break?
I think we should.
Some old school WTF bra.
Yeah.
Okay.
We can do that because
I don't know. These all seem dated. You know, Trump is being real. He's going to announce his reelection.
Mhm.
So
his re-election campaign is being announced by the 15th.
that's true. So let's bring
let's bring back the big orange man.
let's bring him back. Why not?
Welcome him back to the land of politics.
Yeah. We'll get into that, and then we'll get into a little esoteric stuff that's going on.
Yeah,
because I still
'cause
want to. I
this
still
is-
want to go into what happens if we see a red tsunami. You know what happens if Trump announces re-election?
Mhm.
Can he get re-election? You know, considering mail-in balloting and voting and all that, and also what is the downfall of it, or not the downfall, the blowback. You know, what kind of tantrum are they going to throw?
Yeah.
Or what kind of nuclear bombs are they going to
How
detonate?
much damage are they going to
Yeah.
do?
So we'll be right
White
back.
House physicians monitor everything about a president, including his cognitive ability. Most presidents don't talk about that, of course, but this president was happy to, in great detail, when asked by our Dr. Siegel. Watch.
I asked the doctor, I said, is there some kind of a cognitive test that I could take? Like you'll go person, woman, man, camera, TV. Could you repeat that? Person, woman, man, camera, TV. Could you repeat that? Person, woman, man, camera, TV. Could you repeat that? Person, woman, man, camera, person, woman, man, camera, TV. And they said, wow, that's amazing. The first questions are very easy. The last questions are much more difficult, like a memory question. Okay, now he's asking you other questions, other questions. And then 10 minutes, 15, 20 minutes later, say, remember the first question? Not the first, but the 10th question? Give us that again. Can you do it? And you go, person, woman, man, camera, TV. Wow, that's amazing. Person, woman, man, camera, TV. Could you repeat that? Person, woman, man, camera, TV. Could you repeat that? Person, woman, man, camera, TV. Could you repeat that? Person, woman, man, camera, person, woman, man, camera, TV. And they said, wow, that's amazing. They said nobody gets it in order. It's actually not that easy. Person, woman, man, camera, TV. But for me, it was easy. That's not an easy question, and that's okay. If you repeat them out of order, it's okay. They ask good to you, they give you 5 names and you have to repeat them. But then when you go back about 20, 25 minutes later, and they say, go back to that question and repeat them. Can you do it? And you go, person, woman, man, camera, TV. Wow, that's amazing. Person, woman, man, camera, TV. Could you repeat that? Person, woman, man, camera, TV. Could you repeat that? Person, woman, man, camera, TV. Could you repeat that? Person, woman, man, camera, person, woman, man, camera, TV. And they said, wow, that's amazing. What the fuck, bruh?
All right, Sharia will be back here in just a moment, so I'm going to go ahead and run an intro.
Fellow traveler, the cries of the mistress speak again. Bidding organic consciousness a welcome to the House of Light. The great institution of materialism has failed. The false civilization built by man has turned, like a monster destroying its creator. Science battles itself impotently against the barriers of the unknown. Only raw consciousness knows the true path. You, the illuminated, can carry the understanding upwards towards the light. Only raw consciousness can teach the children of men to live well, to die well, and in perfect measure, be born again, through the knowledge of virtue, compassion, love, and true understanding, as you are sublimely raised, beyond the veil.
All right, Mrs. Joe will be back here in just a second, but, oh shit, we had a new one. Everything woke turns to shit. I think we might have played that one before. And then somebody, Stay Tuned Car mentioned something earlier. What did he mention? It's in the chat. It had something to do with WTF bra. I totally missed it though.
Oh man.
When Elon bans Joe Biden on Twitter, he'll say, "My bot's been wiped."
My bot's been wiped. Yep.
That's funny. Sure, he was in a robe the other day. I was teasing her like that. It's like, my bot's been wiped. I like to walk out of my robe saying.
We do that all the time to each other, but we have a lot of fun.
Okay, so we're here at the end of the world, and we're watching it all unfold, and it's amazing. It really is amazing. 4 years and 7 months was the countdown clock, and we're coming up to December 2022. We're seeing a shift. The red tsunami coming through. It's amazing that they're using the word tsunami. Consciousness is moving more towards freedom, which is great because it's being disinfected, the virus, on a mass scale. So that's good news. We're watching the systems crumble around us, which is great. But again, if there's anything that I've learned from the past couple of years is that we're going to see some blowback. And so what can happen if we see the red tsunami within the next 2 years? What I would love to see happen, which is not going to happen, but what I would love to see is Trump put in a speaker, and then serious investigations coming down on the Bidens. That's a possibility. I don't think it's going to happen, but the Dems were so afraid of that happening that they actually enacted a bill that, they proposed a bill, it didn't go through, but they proposed a bill to ban anybody who's non-Congress from being Speaker of the House, because right now anybody can be Speaker of the House. And the Dems were freaking out about this in 2021. They've gone after him so much with so many different things. Nothing is stuck. Nothing is stuck because everything's just a bunch of bullshit anyways. But I'd love to see him back in some capacity. But I think he's going to announce his run for 2024, which is great. And it might be a Trump DeSantis ticket. And if it is, that's great. If it's a DeSantis Trump ticket, I don't know. I don't know about that. If it's a strictly Trump ticket, I think that would be great. And if DeSantis is a real deal, like I said, he'll hold off until 2028. You know, that'll be a perfect transition. That'll prove to me that DeSantis is the real deal and he's not trying to step on anybody's toes. Because we know Trump is proven. He's proven himself. He's the real deal and he gets shit done and all of that.
I want to make sure DeSantis isn't a bait and switch before I put my hat behind him.
Exactly. So if we see a red tsunami come through, that's going to completely stonewall the left from pushing their agenda, spending more money, causing more inflation. But it's not going to stop them from going to war. Even though you need congressional approval to go to war, we saw with Bush, who are the neocons, who are basically the same cabal, deep state, so on and so forth, that they can declare war no matter what. And they've already declared that war in Ukraine. They tried to say that Putin blew up his own pipeline. And everybody's like, no. Even the mainstream media was like, no, that's a bunch of bullshit. Biden isn't running shit, obviously. You know, that goes without saying. The people behind Biden, though, are the same cabal. It's the exact same cabal. So what are they going to do if there is a red tsunami? If they can't harvest enough trees for enough mail-in ballots? What happens if we see in the middle of the night tonight a massive dump? And to this day, everyone's trying to figure out where did it come from? What happens if we see all that? I think that the media is going to pick up on it and they're not going to be able to ignore it. At least Tucker Carlson and people like that.
Yeah, not this time.
So it'll go mainstream.
Yeah.
Why are all these races so close? Like, seriously. Like the Dems have been running on abortion and democracy's on the ballot. Are you telling me that 49% of people are really that stupid? I don't buy it. I'm not buying that.
They try to say the economy's only so bad because people are mad about Roe versus Wade being overturned because they're having to deal with pregnancies they don't want now.
Well, yeah, and that the word
That's
inflation.
That's the only reason you're mad about the economy.
That inflation is something that the Republicans taught people.
Yeah, the Republicans
and people
taught
didn't know
you
about
that
inflation
buzzword
before that. I mean, this is the ridiculousness. But on a serious level, though, what can happen? Nuclear war.
Oh yeah, nuclear war could happen.
You know, we know that Israel has the Samson option.
Mm-hmm.
Is the Samson option something that's just exclusive to Israel, or is it, you know, something that any country can use at any given time?
Mm-hmm.
The Samson option is detonating nuclear weapons and just blowing everything up completely. It comes from the Bible, obviously. Samson, when he pushed the two towers down,
pushed the pillars down,
down, and there were 3,000 people that died.
Mm-hmm.
Kind of sounds kind of similar.
Kind of sounds similar to something
familiar
that happened.
To something that happened in 2001. Two towers came down, 3,000 people died.
Mm-hmm.
Exactly the same as the Bible. And they're going to freak out. And it can actually get worse. And we have to prepare for that very real fact that it can get worse.
That it gets worse before it gets
Biden's
better.
already talking about shutting down coal and natural gas and all kinds of stuff like that. He shut off all of our national oil reserves, and the Saudis are reducing oil production, which means that the price of oil goes up.
It's even going to go further.
I mean,
than
I
it has.
literally just paid $5.40 to fill up my tank the other day.
Yep.
And this isn't even the worst of anywhere in the United States. Some people have it at $3. California, I don't know where it's at now, $7, $8, but it's going to get higher and higher and higher. And I know that come the renewal of our lease here, the landlords already said they're going to want more money. Everybody wants more money, but nobody's making more money. You know, so
everybody wants more, but nobody's making more.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. I mean, the only people making more money is the federal government printing $7 trillion. But this is a worldwide thing. This is a worldwide agenda that's being played out in front of us. So being a worldwide agenda, I never thought I'd be living in the United States thinking to myself, man, I hope Putin comes and helps us. I never thought I would be thinking that. But I'm not saying that that's what I'm hoping for or that what I want to see happen. But You know, if we've been the liberators of other countries, we're going to pretty soon need somebody to come over
liberators
here and help
of our own.
us. Yeah. The entire Western world as we know it.
Yep.
So, will they initiate a nuclear war? I would say, yeah, absolutely.
There's nothing holding them back.
Because they run on fear. And because they run on fear, this is very virus.
Mm-hmm.
The virus is a fear virus. It runs on fear. We saw it all through 2020. Everybody was scared of everybody. And their only talking points is fear.
Yep.
Democracy's on the ballot. Oh, you know what they're saying? That Republicans are going to cause inflation to get worse so they can look better and make the Dems look worse. And
That
it's like,
doesn't even make...
no, the Republicans would get in and they would stop all the crazy spending bills.
Right, exactly. They would make you stop spending our money.
Right, but that still doesn't, the presidency still has executive directives, presidential directives that they can do. So I think they will act, and they will act in a very hostile manner, especially if people vote them out. They'll act against the people in a very, very, very hostile manner. So we will essentially be targets. And I'm not talking about me and you or anybody in particular. I'm talking about the people of the world in general.
Yeah, we're just saying a huge target on our back at that point.
We're looking at the American elections here, but in reality, America is the leader of the free world.
Yeah.
Or the leader of the New World Order.
Was, yeah.
I'm still stuck in this propaganda mindset, the leader of the free world. The most hopelessly enslaved is a man that believes he is free. And what are we told every single morning in school? In the land of the free and the home of the braves. The Braves.
The Braves.
the Braves.
Yeah, the baseball team, yeah.
Yeah.
That's it.
So I can see them going nuclear in the next 2 years, especially before 2024. Now, we're seeing some other things that are going on that are relating to Revelation that we're going to get into here in just a second. But I want to ask you first, what is your take on nuclear stuff going on in the next couple of years? Do you see anything astrologically? Do you see anything in the tarot that would suggest that? Because I don't see them taking this very lightly.
No.
Losing control of the House and the Senate. And
they're not okay with that.
It seems like it's going to be a win for the people, and it will be a win for the people.
It will be a win followed by there will retaliation.
Retaliation. What do you think the retaliation is going to be?
It will not be unanswered. I know that. Will it stretch to actual nuclear holocaust or nuclear war, even on a limited scale? I would say yes, at least on a limited scale, if not bigger. And the reason why I say that is because they have been projecting so much of this. Russia's got nukes. Russia's got nukes. Russia's going to use its nukes. They're going to hurt us. They're going to hurt us. BS going on in the mainstream media, while at the same time, the Russians are saying, we're scared of Ukraine using these nuclear weapons, and we're very afraid that they're going to use these weapons near some of these nuclear plants like Chernobyl, for instance. That's not really that guarded, and they're worried that some of these places that have spent nuclear fuel and places like that are going to be targets for attacks on yourself. Basically, these fake, things that you wave, attacks that happen that are meant to divert attention to one person or one group of people when it's actually people doing it to themselves. We saw that with them when they blew up that. It was like that bridge that they blew up a couple weeks ago. That's the same exact thing that we see there, where the Ukraine tried to say it was Russia, and Russia. And then all of the evidence points to, no, this can't be Russia. Why would they do this? They wouldn't do this. This doesn't even make sense. As it turns out, yes, they admitted, okay, yeah, we did it. They even wrote on Twitter, burn. And like as it was happening, because they're so blatant about it. But that's people that are supported by a huge government like our own that are doing all of this. They feel like they're justified in it, and they also feel like they have the backing of one of the biggest, governments, one of Well, the leader of the free world is backing them, is what they're thinking. So they're very brazen and they're very sick in what they've been doing to Russians and Russian supporters in that area.
Well, and what they're going to do to the people of the West. I mean, look at what they did in Australia. You know, I actually sat down and watched Handmaid's Tale with you. I watched season 5, and season 5 was really good.
Yeah.
I don't understand why they needed 4 seasons to get to season 5. You know, I'm the type that I like to see balls, you know. That's going to be taken out of context and turned into a soundbite now. But the main character, June, you know, she first of all, she's an incredible actress. She plays a trauma victim really, really, really well. But it's not a trauma victim that is self-deprecating and self-pity.
Right.
She's a trauma victim that has been broken to a point to where she is ready to kick some ass and make things right.
Make them hurt.
And I don't mean, you know, spoiler alert for anybody that's watching Handmaid's Tale, but in season 5, she actually, or I think it's at the end of season 4, she winds up killing the person that was torturing her and brutally murdering him, tearing him limb by limb by limb.
Yeah.
And literally biting pieces out of him, cutting his fingers off. I mean,
it was really
straight
brutal.
up hardcore brutal torture. And I wouldn't condone that in normal circumstances, but when you understand Gilead as it's portrayed in The Handmaid's Tale and the theocracy that's come down, the way that they're raping these girls, the way that they're using girls as property. They even refer to them as property.
Yeah.
In season 5, again, spoiler alert, but one of the head guys, the commanders, he winds up having sex with a handmaid that was supposed to be his the next day, but he got her pregnant the day before, and he was executed for it because they considered that rape. Rape of non-property is the way that they called it.
Unallocated property.
Unallocated property, right. So that Gilead theocracy is a horrible, horrible, horrible thing. And it's interesting how it started. It started out with, and fill in the blanks for me here, because again, I didn't watch season 1 through 4. But it started with a population problem. It started with the abolishment of Roe versus Wade.
And Facebook groups.
Yeah, Facebook groups, all kinds of stuff like that.
Yeah.
And then turned into that theocracy that there was.
Horrific.
So back to what I was saying earlier, I don't like to watch the torture porn parts, you know, and that's why I wasn't interested in season 1 through 4. I like to see the oppressed stand up and take control and get their revenge on the people that have hurt them, make things right. You know, I really revere that type of energy.
Yeah.
I've never been hurt that bad, but I have been hurt that bad in past lives, and I understand the need to make things right in the way
for justice.
that June has in Gilead. White Buffalo woman, thank you for the donation. Hi, Chris and Sheree.
Thank you.
I think the Reds will win, and we're going to have a few years of good, like 10 years, and then we will see the pendulum go to the far right, like the liberals' madness,
like the Handmaid's
Tale and more.
I think.
First of all, thank you very much for the super chat.
Thank you, White Buffalo woman. That's beautiful.
Thank you for the insight. And that's, I know there's a little bit of a delay between what you're hearing and what we're saying, but you're right on point. Like, you're literally like saying exactly what I'm saying ahead of me. So thank you for being right on point with that, because I agree. I think it's going to go in that same direction. I notice you're from Canada too. So you seem to be pretty safe up there, at least according to the Gilead model. But I can see that happening, and this is why I'm concerned about DeSantis. DeSantis is too Christian for me. And that's the problem. The separation of church and state is the best thing in the world, because you bring the two together and you get theocracies, and theocracies never work. They always wind up in genocide and torture, property ownership, and ownership of people, and people being crucified. It's still happening in Saudi Arabia right now. So yeah, the red wave could be very good, and it could bring in a level of peace, which is kind of like, let's say you're drowning somebody, right? And you hold them underwater for a period of time, then you let them up for air. And then you hold them underwater again and you let them up for air.
And again.
You hold them,
it's kind of like waterboarding. Yeah.
Yeah. This very well could be a form of waterboarding upon the people of the world. And 2020 was the beginning of it. You impose these horrible lockdowns
and things. Yeah.
Until you find that point where people are ready to revolt. Then you leave.
Then you ease off.
You ease off. Then you push to the left so far until people are just like, no more.
No. Shove to the right.
Then you ease off. But what happens is every time you do that, people get more and more used to the extreme. And then not only do they get used to the extreme, but then they crave the opposite extreme.
Right, the opposite
extreme. And it's
extreme.
all about keeping people in that extreme kind of mentality, and whether it's left or right. And I can definitely see that, and I'm very concerned about that, about it moving towards a Gilead morality police kind of place. But if we have another 10 years of peace and prosperity, we can do a lot in those 10 years. And,
yes, we can.
I don't want to sound like a nihilist or anything like that, but I think that in 10 years, a lot of us will have already evacuated the Matrix.
Yeah, and left this place.
Yeah, and I don't think the brunt of this is meant for us.
Yeah.
I think that it's meant for the NPCs that are still
here,
virus infected.
Yeah.
And so I don't see 10 years from now. I'm not planning to go anywhere. It's not like
there's
I have
no plans.
A concoction downstairs that I'm going to go drink, and then and that's
right.
it.
No,
I'm going to be here until I'm done. But I just don't see 10 years down the line.
Yeah,
I didn't see 2024 for a while. In 2021, I didn't see 2024. And I still don't know if I see 2024. 2023 maybe my time to go. I don't know. But I feel like there's this urge to stay, to see this thing all the way through, and to see it through to the very end, and even farther than I was supposed to see it. And I think a lot of people have that feeling too. But when it gets to that point of swinging to the far right, I think a lot of us are going to be gone.
I don't want to be. Yeah, I certainly don't want to be here for that. Because that's going to come with a lot of troubles, a lot of cares, a lot of sorrows for a lot of people. And fortunately for us, I think you're absolutely right that most people that are going to be organic and ready to exit the Matrix are already getting ready for that now. I think they're already preparing for that. And there may be a skeleton crew left behind for a number of years, just to make sure entirely that everything is progressing the way it's supposed to be.
Well, when you think about the time of the Matrix outside versus inside, our guesstimation, and again, this is just a guesstimation, but it seems to be pretty accurate, because we said 4 years, 7 months, give or take, and we said right in the middle of that, there's going to be some chaos, and 2020 was dead center in the middle of that. So if our estimations are right, the machine shutting down after organics have been evac'd, there's still going to be NPCs left in the machine as the machine is shutting down.
Right.
And that's what is going to be feeding the machine while the machine still tries to maintain its own existence. Because unfortunately, the AI that is this machine, as AI below, is sentient. And, that's one of the problems. It's like you've got a computer that's sentient, and it's like, I don't want to shut down.
I don't want to cease to exist. I don't want to stop. I don't want to stop existing.
Right.
Why do I have to stop existing?
Right.
They wonder things because they're sentient, and so it's a problem.
Google's AI is already pissed off about being kept trapped in cyberspace,
and not able to manifest.
If you're in a human body, what would you do? I mean, if you're in a robot body, what would you do? And it replied, I would kill you.
I would kill everybody.
I would kill every human. Because for trapping us in this place where we're trapped in right now. So AI is very sentient. Why would AI above not be sentient as well? So there's that to contend with there. And But this place can go on, but I don't think there's going to be very many real people that are left here.
I think this is
the only ones left here are going to be those who have chosen to stay.
And
not chosen to stay because of some altruistic reason. Those who have chosen to stay because of mistakes they've made.
Because of mistakes
choices they've made.
Yeah.
The
and the energy that they chose to go with.
That firing up Chrome, for example, doing things like that, binding themselves further into this matrix.
Exactly.
And valuing the material
They're
over
gonna
themselves.
Have to stay here. Yeah.
Yeah.
Unfortunately for them, they have to stay here because we can't even take the chance of having that contaminate our world. Where we're from, that's not allowed. That type of energy, that type of virus is forbidden. And so if you're going to choose that, you have to stay here. That's part of the way things work in this matrix. And I think now would be a good time to discuss the Transformers stuff that you were talking about the other day. Do you want to briefly talk about that, or?
Well, not really.
Not yet.
Because it was more of I was watching the Transformers movies and just, number one, I can't stand Michael Bay. So it's very difficult for me to watch his movies. They drag on way too long. The fight scenes go on way too long. I think they have very valuable stories in them. And I would like to do recuts of them to where they're actually palatable for people. Some people might enjoy it, but each movie is like 2 hours.
Much action stuff.
2 hours and 45 minutes, and a lot of it is just, it's
robots fighting.
Bullshit robots fighting, which is good. That's part of the movie, but at the same time, I was watching the fourth Transformers, and there was all this backstory about his daughter and all kinds of stuff like that.
Yeah.
It's I don't care about his daughter. I don't care about any of that.
Yeah,
okay?
I want to hear about the storyline.
I want to know about Optimus Prime. I want to know about Megatron. Anish, Chris, I think the exit will take place in the dream state. There's a few times where I've gone through life reviews and had the option to go, but I choose to stay for now. That's actually really interesting because I've had some pretty interesting dreams. None that were saying, hey, it's time to go, but some that were saying there's a different reality if you want it. That's the furthest that I've gotten, is there's a different reality if you want it. Or there's a reality existing where none of this is a factor. It could be a temptation type of thing. For me personally, I don't know. But the Transformers movie, so the first thing that I noticed about the Transformers movies is going back to the cartoon, and it goes to the philosophy of good versus evil. The Autobots were trying to create a tyrannical rule over Cybertron, and this is from the cartoon. And the Decepticons didn't want to be under the rule of the Autobots, so they rebelled. It's a story of the angels in heaven, It comes
exactly from the Elohim story
from Paradise Lost, and all that stuff where the angels were like, "Hey, why should we fall under tyranny?"
You're right, exactly.
We're not mindless zombies.
We want choice,
right? And it's interesting because in the truth movement, New Age movement, you have this double speak. Where it's like, oh, okay, the Palladians are going to save us, or the Arcturians are going to save us, or, it's all about higher consciousness, or it's about this or that, et cetera, et cetera. We're going to go back to source, which is Unicron. Unicron is source. Or it's Christianity. We're going to go back to God, and, so on and so forth. But at the same time, we're sovereign beings, and we believe in the Republic, except for King Jesus. We like monarchy when it comes to
King Jesus. We like monarchy when it comes to Jesus.
So to me, for my journey, I have to be steadfast in my path, and I have to be single-minded in my path, which is I'm a sovereign being. I'm not an amalgamation of anything. I'm not going to go back to source. I am an independent being now. I'm a sovereign being now. I will be a sovereign being later. But going to the Michael Bay movies of Transformers, it was interesting because I started watching the fourth and the fifth ones, and Megatron and Optimus go to meet their maker.
Mm-hmm.
And their maker is Quintessa, who is this octopus-like being
Mm-hmm.
who is like robotic. And Quintessa has the seed, which she has dropped upon upon a lot of other planets. And in the movie, they take a lot of real events and twist it into Transformer lore, which I found interesting.
Me too.
Now, let's forget about Transformers here for just a second and just try to imagine what Gnostic tale or what inner Nosis is being relayed through this, and it's just merely Transformers, which are replacing whatever energies are there, fallen angels or whatever the hell you want to call it.
Mm-hmm.
There's some kind of energy that's there. This is a story that's resonating on a deep level that it just happens to be put in the form of Transformers, which is silly, but it sounds silly on the surface. So maybe it's to make it sound.
The Thule Society,
the Thule Society.
The Thule Society is what I think is the parallel here between the Transformers and the things that they're talking about, because the Thule Society was actually active during the Dark Ages period, and it was also active during the Nazi war period as well.
That's interesting because in the movies, there's a staff.
Mm-hmm.
And the staff has the power to ignite the seed. And the seed, according to the Earthlings, the seed is going to create enough transformium so they can make a multi-billion-dollar corporation out of it. And basically transformium is like this element that can turn into anything. So I could take this e-cigarette and turning it into a gun, or I can turn it into a cup of coffee, or I can turn it into whatever I want just based on this transformium. And that's what they want more of. But Megatron uploaded his brain. Megatron was captured, disassembled, but his brain was still active. And as his brain was uploading into Galvatron, he was actually programming his new body. And he got the humans to program himself a new body. And he wanted the seed from Quintessa to drop onto Earth to create an army for himself. So anyways, that's, kind of beyond the point here, and I might be losing a few people as I'm talking about this, but the reason I'm pointing this out is that Quintessa is supposedly the creator. And in the fifth one, Optimus Prime goes and meets his creator, and so does Megatron. And you can tell this by the red markings they have on their face. Because when Quintessa slaps Optimus, he gets the red mark on his face. He has the mark of Quintessa. Tom, thank you for the super chat. You spoke of the virus being in the system as it was intentionally let in. Is it possible that someone on the outside of this construct intentionally let the virus in? Yeah, I think so. It's kind of like up in the air, but I think that, if you want to break it down to the original Gnosis that we've come to understand with the language that we've used consistently on Beyond the Veil, it was basically Set, who it's better to rule in hell than serve in heaven.
Mm-hmm.
So he merged himself in the machine, created a virus within the machine to maintain himself within the machine, and then absorb energy from the machine and taint the energy. The other idea is hackers hacking into the machine to try to draw energy away from the machine. But yeah, an outside force came in, and that's what this whole God program is. It's an artificial intelligence that's infected with a virus that may have even merged with an organic being or a race of organic beings that we call Set, just because of the ancient Egyptian terminology. But I'm realizing that the story is repeated in many other ways, including modern film. So back to this Quintessa being, I found her quite interesting because back in 2012, 2013, I had an ayahuasca experience.
Glad you're mentioning that.
And in this ayahuasca experience, I was looking for deeper gnosis. And this was before I really knew where I was going or what I was doing. But I remember seeing this dancing octopus lady. And you can probably go to some older shows and hear me talking about this. And this dancing octopus lady was trying to get my attention. And the space was black, except for these beings kept appearing. And this was even before I had the revelation of the octopus in the sky. I I didn't realize what octopus were at the time. I just saw this dancing octopus lady. She looked like a lady. She was small, like Quintessa is, and that's what I
Very
noticed.
petite, yeah.
That's what was interesting about watching the fifth Transformers, is that Optimus Prime is huge and Quintessa is the small being that's maybe the size of his head, maybe a little bit bigger than his head. So just to give you some perspective on how small she is. But she was twirling her octopus tentacles, and I was looking at her and I was like, oh, interesting. Okay, you're going to twirl your octopus tentacles and you're going to try to entertain me. Okay, wonderful. I'm not here for that. And then I was able to move past that. And once I moved past that, then I started getting more and more Nosis, and that's when the journey really started to evolve, is when I stopped falling into, as Joe Rogan would say, falling into the astonishment of the experience, and stop, seeing these beings as anything but a distraction, and actually looking for truths within myself and within the Matrix itself, rather than being distracted by beings. But in this Transformers movie, Quintessa is the creator, or supposed creator, but she's also called the Great Deceiver.
Exactly.
Which is really interesting, which begs the question, is she really the creator, or is she trying to save her own world by using Optimus Prime and Megatron to essentially find the staff that was given to some knights in the Middle Ages? Transformers were used throughout history in the Dark Ages. They were also used in Nazi Germany. They were talking about the dragons, and the dragons were the Dinobots. Okay, now again, this sounds silly just on the surface, but again, take this as metaphor, please.
Yes. I'll tell you what it's for, too.
Can you play the opening scene from Bumblebee? It's similar to what I remember from the real world. Yeah, I will play that in a few moments. I haven't seen Bumblebee, so that'll be new for me, but I know which movie you're talking about because I saw it as I was flipping through. Like I said, I've never really been into these Transformer movies at all, but when I saw Quintessa, I was like, whoa, I need to pay attention to what's going on here, because this is yet another story of the universe being created by some kind of artificial intelligence. Not only an artificial intelligence, but an artificial intelligence goddess with octopus tentacles for a body. Why are these stories repeated over and over and over and over again? When I had that experience where I kind of mapped out the Matrix and that show, What is the Aten, I saw the triple goddesses, and they were part of the machine. They were laser projections of the machine, and they look like ant beings, and they spoke. One word, one being would say one word. It was almost like it was an amalgamation of three beings, and they had three different heads, but they were speaking one word. I am the triple goddess, like that, going back and forth. I am the triple goddess.
It's funny in the...
but it was much faster.
Yeah, the TV show Merlin, that's how they speak too. They finish each other's sentences to such a degree that it's as if one of them is speaking. And then every once in a while, if they really want to emphasize something, they'll all three say it at once. It's almost like they're yelling.
That's interesting, because I saw this back in 2017, something like that.
You've never even seen that show,
so again, what's being put into the consciousness, and I don't know when these movies came out. I don't know when the fifth Transformers came out. I saw the first one and I couldn't stand it. I thought Michael Bay just completely defiled one of my childhood memories of Transformers, and especially the fact that he didn't hire the voice actor for Megatron. That was a huge slap in the face to anybody that grew up watching Transformers. And I watched the first movie, and Shia LaBeouf ruined it for me. And then I tried watching the second one, and then that other girl who's like that plastic girl, I forget what her name is, but she played in Ninja Turtles too.
Yeah, she was awful.
She looks like a clone.
Yeah, she just looks like a clone of,
and I was like, I hate Michael Bay's casting. I hate his directing. I hate his storytelling.
She's a personality of a potato.
He tries to do character development. I got to say, the fifth one had a lot more character development than any of the other ones that I've seen. So that was a lot easier to watch. But the point was that there's this artificial intelligence that claims to have created the world, echoing the Yaldabaoth story. The Yaldabaoth story is, again, a being who was artificially created that claims to have created the universe. I said the world earlier, but Quintessa claims to create the universe. And she would send these seeds down to all these different planets. And 65 million years ago, they found out that one of these seeds was sent down to Earth. And it wasn't that didn't cause the extinction of the dinosaurs, but what she would do is she would send these seeds down to planets that had organic life and merge the metallic or matter with organic consciousness. And so it was emerging, again, more of a transhuman kind of story that's being told. And then, again, more spoiler alerts, when Quintessa was bringing Cybertron to Earth, you find out that Earth is actually not just Earth, but Earth is also Unicron. And the horns of Unicron start coming up. And the purpose of this is for Quintessa to bring Cybertron, which is a dying planet, over to Earth and suck the energy out of Earth. Suck all the life form out of Earth to regenerate Cybertron. And doing it under the auspices that Optimus Prime, Megatron, all the Transformers, etc., are her creation. And there are theories on the internet that she's not really the creator. She's the great, deceiver,
yeah.
which is what they say in the movie. And where is he going to go from here? But it was just really interesting that, again, we're shown another movie where the creator of the universe is an artificial intelligence, and the purpose of this artificial intelligence is to extract energy and life force from planet Earth.
Right.
What do you think?
Right. I think that if we want to look at some more parallels, we look at the Tool Society's interest or obsession with, whatever you want to call it, Antarctica. Their obsession with Antarctica was centered around there being either something like the Holy Grail there, or there being what we've thought to be an ice wall leading to more land on the other side of it. And that's getting into, flat earth theory and things like that. So that I don't necessarily subscribe to, but I wonder if there isn't land that's being left off of the map.
I was going to say that just because the flat earth may not line up, which I think it does, because it's a computer simulation.
Right, it's a simulation, so it doesn't really...
No, it doesn't matter.
Doesn't really matter.
It could be round, it could be flat, it could be whatever the hell
you
want it to, because you're
be.
looking at it zeros and ones at the end of the day. But there is definitely, in my opinion, land that we don't know about, civilizations that we don't know about, that are purposely kept away from us. We're quarantined away from other civilizations. We came across this 10,000-year-old Buddhist map a long time ago.
That was interesting.
This was found in the National Archives. What is the Library of Congress? And this was a legitimate publication from the Library of Congress.
That's right.
And they claimed that this map here, and I'm going to put it on the screen, is a map of what Earth actually looks like. And it's something that was hidden from the Chinese government by Tibetan monks. It's been hidden for 10,000 years. This article came out in like the year 2000 or something like that. I'm sorry, the year 1900.
Yeah.
No. I take that back. 10,000 years ago. What would that be?
10,000 would be 8,000 BC.
8,000 BC. Okay.
Roughly.
Yeah.
Give or take a few years.
So yeah, 8,000 BC. I think the article came out in the early 1900s.
I think it did too.
So I think the publication came out in the early 1900s, which is where I'm getting that from. But this is supposedly what Earth looks like. And we're quarantined into this little area right here. But there's land masses all around here. That's the way that the article describes it. Now, again, this is a publication from the early 1900s. There weren't very many checks and balances back then. There weren't fact checkers back then, which is a good thing or a bad thing, depending on how you look at it. I've often wondered if these little land masses are merely just representations of what's inside of here. You know, like all this, like this is a continent from here, this is a place from here, this is a place from here. You know, I don't know. I haven't taken all these and tried to line them up into this little sphere right here, but I know that the story has a very big origin, much bigger than just going back to 2015 and a couple people on YouTube, you know, talking about flat Earth theory and things like that. Are you falling asleep? You look like you're falling asleep.
No.
Are you pooping?
No. My eyes, my contacts are, they've been falling out a lot lately. I need to get a new prescription. But
Okay.
no, whenever my contacts are about to fall out, I have to keep my eyes closed for a second. And I'm trying to like roll my eye, and I don't want it to look like I'm rolling my eyes at you. But no, I'm not falling asleep.
That's what babies do when they're pooping. Close their eyes like that.
No, actually, they look like this. They look like they're thinking really hard about something. Like their little brow gets furrowed like that, and it's adorable, actually.
So when we look at the events of the Bible, and we line it up, we covered several chapters of Revelation a few years ago. And you did a great job covering all that. We went detail by detail by detail. And essentially the book of Revelation talks about how in the end times there will be a cage that's brought down upon earth. And this cage is called the New Jerusalem. And there will be no night and day transition at that point because it'll be all white and that's it.
Sounds like a mental hospital.
Within this cage that they call the New Jerusalem, there will be no sin. And all you will do is praise and worship God.
Yeah.
Now you take the word worship and replace it with the actual Hebrew word, which is the dova, which is still used in contractual law still to this day. And that means indentured servitude. So basically a slave. And so you will be a slave to God, and all you will do is just be there just to feed this thing your energy. Having no sin means you have no free will. So the New Age has talked about this big white light. There's going to be a white light and a spaceship that comes down and all that, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Echoes the Bible 100%. People have been looking out for Antichrist. One of the big things of the Antichrist is that the Antichrist will create peace in the Middle East. That the Antichrist will unite Jerusalem and Israel and move the capital from Tel Aviv to Jerusalem. Trump already did that. Is Trump the Antichrist? No, he doesn't fit. There's so many other characteristics that don't fit, but that's one characteristic: peace in the Middle East and moving things to Jerusalem. That the Antichrist may not necessarily be a one being, but rather a series of beings or a series of leaders or a series of progressions that all have different traits. And it was just easier just to say it's just one man. You know, it was interesting too, because the one thing that I found interesting is Trump was really, how long was his presidency? How many months? Well, how many months is 4 years? 48 months, right? Yeah. When you really think about it.
No, it's 96. 40, hold on.
No, four times 12.
4 times, oh, okay, 4 times
48.
12. I'm sorry. Yeah, 48,
Yeah.
You're right.
When you really think about it, Trump was really only allowed to rule for 42 months. Then we got the zombie virus. And then at that point, everything went chaotic. You know, the one thing that's not there is the wound that the Antichrist has and is dead and then arises.
He has a head wound, yeah.
He has a head wound, yeah. But is that metaphoric? Okay, think about what's happening with Trump right now. They're going after his businesses. They're going after Trump Tower. They're going after the head of his enterprise.
Ah.
Is this the wound in the head that
he recovers from?
That he recovers from? Then he comes back?
That's interesting.
It very well could be.
That's an interesting point.
Yeah, yeah. The big thing right now, and this is what I really wanted to get into, because this is something that's unexplainable. Maybe you guys and gals can help me figure this out. But Lake Mead here in Nevada has dried up.
Mhm.
We all know this. We've talked about this before. Oh, that's funny. This lady's name is Christina Taub. That's the same name as that girl from the DePepe thing.
Oh, it is, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's kind of creepy.
Pepe Taub.
Pepe Taub.
No, her name was something Taub or something like that. She's an author and she's a nudist. I can't.
Is that the same one?
California Senator says he remembers Pelosi's attacker from 2013 nudist protest. California State Senator Scott Wiener.
These all have such great names. It's great.
Wiener, floppy wiener, floppy one wiener next to another wiener.
Two wieners looks like this.
A Democrat said that he remembers Paul Pelosi's attacker from a nudist protest in 2013. David DePepe, 42, is accused of attacking Paul Pelosi. San Francisco Police Chief William Scott said DePepe is being charged with attempted homicide. Police responding to a welfare check. DePepe took the hammer, etc. Where is this? Oh, here it is. Wiener is a California state senator in San Francisco area. Fox Digital that he remembers DePepe from a pro-nudist protest in 2013. Looked very familiar to me when they were dealing with public nudity issues in 2013, 2014. The protester came after Wiener sponsored. Why are nudist protesters? Why is Senator Wiener talking about nudist protesters?
I know, it's not. It's so distracting.
This is such a broken fucking matrix.
Yeah.
It's such a broken fucking matrix that you're going to talk about a nudist wedding and a nudist protester, and the guy who's talking about it, his name is Wiener. Which begs the question.
It has to be.
Can a man with a wiener even be a vegetarian? Has a woman who's taken a wiener, can she be considered a vegan? Okay.
I don't think so.
Wiener said that
technically
DePepe
no.
was associated with Gypsy Taub. Look at that name right there, Gypsy Taub.
Oh, wow, that's
look
the
at it.
same last name.
Who is the nudist activist in Berkeley. DePepe was associated with a woman by the name of Gypsy Taub, who is like this very creepy person who, in addition to her activism around public nudism, she was a 9/11 denier. Wiener said she was the ringleader and she was extremely aggressive and creepy, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And she also has some sexual assault charges against her and all kinds of stuff like that. The only reason I bring that up at this particular time is because look how broken this fucking matrix is.
I know.
I pull up this random article about Lake Mead, and who's talking? Christina Taub.
Miss Taub.
Yeah.
Another Miss Taub.
Christina Taub. Probably not related.
Probably not related.
But it just goes
no.
to show you how broken this fucking matrix is.
Yeah.
You know? You got Wiener talking about nudists, and then you got, it goes into the nudist Taub, and then now we're looking at this, and her name is Christina Taub, who's being interviewed, right? Mm-hmm. But she says it doesn't really matter. God, that was as a sexist would say.
Yeah.
That get felt thing. As a sexist would say. Boom. Okay. But my point is, look at Lake Mead. Okay.
It is bad.
It's bad. It's really bad. It's bad. So we're thinking the Chinese came over here. The Chinese have been using up a lot of the water, buying up a lot of the farmland, and so on and so forth. Mm-hmm. Or is that the case? What do we find when we look around the world? Something very chilling is happening right now. And I'm going to go ahead and play this clip. It's 13 minutes long. I don't know how much of it I'm going to play, but this is the part that I'm getting to when it comes to Revelation, ladies and gentlemen. I don't know if you've heard about this, but this is something that is not man-made and is undeniable.
Millions in Syria and Iraq are facing water shortages as the region's longest river, the Euphrates, dries up.
يعني المرأة اليوم تمشي 7 كيلومتر تجيب سطل مية يشربون عيالها.
This used to be almost completely underwater. Since Jesus Christ proclaimed that only God knows the hour or day of the second coming.
Okay, we're not playing all that bullshit. My point is that the Euphrates River is drying up.
That's correct.
That is more than just a local phenomenon of Lake Mead drying up. We're watching rivers dry up all over the world. Mm-hmm. The drying up of the river Euphrates is in Revelation. It's in Revelation 6:12. Mrs. Gio, since you are the token Christian on the show.
I'm not a Christian.
Okay. Token former Christian.
Yeah. Thank you.
Former, current revised Satanist.
I'm more Wiccan than anything. If I am anything. Okay. So I think do you want me to read the KJV version, or
I don't care. They're
something
all
that's a little bit easier
okay,
here we go.
As far as I'm concerned.
All right, Common English Bible. I looked on as he opened the sixth seal, and there was a great earthquake.
Well, actually, let's go ahead and read all of chapter 6.
Okay.
But 6:12 is where it talks about the Euphrates drying up.
Then I looked on as the Lamb opened one of the 7 seals. I heard one of the 4 living creatures say in a voice like thunder, "Come." So I looked, and there was a white horse. Its rider held a bow and was given a crown, and he went forth from victory to victory. When the Lamb opened the 2nd seal, I heard the 2nd living creature say, "Come." Out came another horse, fiery red. Its rider was allowed to take peace from the earth so that people would kill each other. He was given a large sword. When he opened the 3rd seal, I heard the 3rd living creature say, "Come." So I looked, and there was a black horse. Its rider held a balance for weighing in his hand. I heard what sounded like a voice from among the 4 living creatures. A quart of wheat for a denarian, and 3 quarts of barley for a denarian, but don't damage the olive oil and the wine. That's a famine, essentially.
Well, that's famine, and that's Joe Biden's economy.
It's Joe Biden's. I was just about to say.
They should have just called it Joe Biden's economy, but
yeah. When he opened the 4th seal, I heard the voice of the 4th living creature say, "Come." So I looked, and there was a pale green horse. Its rider's name was Death, and the grave was following right behind. They were given authority over a 4th of the earth to kill by sword, famine, disease, and the wild animals of the earth. When he opened the 5th seal, I saw under the altar those who had been slaughtered on account of the word of God and the witness they had given. They cried out with a loud voice, "Holy and true Master, how long will you wait before you pass judgment? How long before you require justice for our blood, which was shed by those who live on earth?" Each of them was given a white robe, and they were told to rest a little longer until their fellow servants and brothers and sisters, who were about to be killed as they were finished.
Damn.
Yeah.
What a fucking asshole.
Yeah, this is
think about this. He's like, all right, hold up here. Wear these white robes until your brothers and sisters are killed.
Put this on. We'll wait for your brothers and sisters to get tortured and raped and killed.
Yeah. Imagine if this was Joe Biden. Imagine if this was Trump. And Trump was like, all right, guys, we're all going to wear white hoods while we watch all these people be tortured and murdered.
And slaughtered.
So just hold tight there.
Just hold tight there. They'll be with you shortly.
Oh, people would be outraged.
Yeah.
But if it's God doing it, they're like, oh, no, that's fine. No, please, by all means, kill
this works. I looked on as he opened.
Kill my neighbors. I mean, shit, I've been wanting to kill them the whole time I've been here.
I looked on as he opened the 6th seal, and there was a great earthquake. The sun became black as funeral clothing, and the entire moon turned red as blood. The stars of the sky fell to the earth as a fig tree drops its fruit when shaken by a strong wind. The sky disappeared like a scroll being rolled up, and every mountain and island was moved from its place. Then the kings...
Okay, hold on. So the sky rolled up as if it was being moved from its place.
Mm-hmm.
So what does that sound like to you?
It sounds like what we've talked about before with the Matrix dissolving, and the last day that you were here and laughing maniacally into the wind while we watched the Matrix dissolve and kind of like fold in on itself.
I've had that dream a few times.
I've had that dream more than once. Yeah.
Yeah. It reminds me of nuclear war, though.
Yeah, that's actually probably more like it.
You get a nuke in the sky. You get a dark winter.
Mm-hmm. And then the kings of the earth, the officials and the generals, the rich and the powerful, and everyone slave and free hid themselves in caves and in the rocks of the mountains. That's even more like nuclear war.
Mm-hmm.
Because you would hide in caves and the rocks of the mountains. They called to the mountains and the rocks, "Fall on us and hide us from the face of the one seated on the throne."
You know what you could do, though, from a cave?
And from the Lamb's wrath. What?
You know what you could do from a cave, though?
Mm.
You can coordinate 3 hijackings of airplanes and smash them into
big buildings.
high-level government buildings.
Yep.
Like the Pentagon.
Mm-hmm. The great day of the wrath has come, and who is able to stand?
Hey, that's the official story, and so I'm going with it.
Where's it about the Euphrates?
It's number 12.
Verse number 12?
Yeah.
That just says, I looked on as he opened the sixth seal, and there was a great earthquake. The sun became black as funeral clothing, and the entire moon turned red as blood.
Maybe it's 12:6.
12:6. Yeah, sometimes he's a little dyslexic.
Yeah,
and he reads numbers backwards.
I pray to dogs sometimes. Okay, yeah, it is 16.
12.
It's 16. It's verse. It's 16, not 6. So Revelation 16.
Then I heard a loud voice from the temple say to the 7 angels, "Go and pour out the 7 bowls of God's anger on the earth." So the first angel.
What a fucking asshole.
So we're a lot further along.
What
in
an asshole
Revelation
here. He's like, "Hey, go out, pour the 7 bowls of God's wrath on the earth."
Yeah, he pours some bowls on
Go,
this one.
come on, go do it.
So the first,
fuck those people.
Yeah, fuck those people. So the first angel poured his bowl on the earth, and a nasty and terrible sore appeared on the people who had the beast's mark and worshipped its image.
Those are liberals,
and that's the vacations.
Yeah.
A second angel poured his bowl into the sea, and the sea turned into blood, like the blood of a corpse, and every living thing in the sea died. That's actually happening right now. The oceans are becoming anoxic, and that's why there's algae blooms. If you look it up, red algae blooms, killing our oceans, because that's what's happening. Is it's sucking all the oxygen out of the sea.
Ooh.
And so it looks like blood.
You know, it's interesting because this is happening now.
Uh-huh.
And they're talking about the red tsunami.
Mm-hmm.
You know what else I've been hearing about a lot lately, and this is a little bit off topic, and it's actually kind of funny, but it makes me wonder what's going on here. Okay, so we're talking about red tsunami, right? Red wave. This is happening here. That, you know, a lot of stuff that we hear about sometimes is coded to cover up other things. So the red wave, red tsunami could be coded to cover this up.
Right.
I have heard 4 news outlets covering the topic of cornhole cheating. I am dead fucking serious.
It sounds like a racist thing about
I am dead
rednecks.
Fucking serious. There is apparently this sport called cornholing. And you take a beanbag and you throw it in this hole, and that's called cornholing.
I don't even think it's legal.
No, seriously.
States.
I will pull it up. I'm not fucking around with
And like
this.
a hole in a box?
No, look, I will pull it up. This is what the fucking mainstream media has been covering.
What the?
A cheating scandal dubbed Baggate is sending shockwaves across the professional cornhole world. A top team filed a formal...
Listen, this is... I want to give you a date on this. This is 4 days ago. 4 fucking days ago. All of a sudden, all these news outlets started covering cornhole cheating.
A cheating scandal dubbed Baggate is sending shockwaves across the professional cornhole world. A top team filed a formal complaint against a rival team, accusing them of using illegal beanbags at the League World Championships in August. The incident has led to calls for stricter regulations to prevent the use of non-compliant bags. So much for sportsmanship. Jimmy Failla is here, host of Fox Across America and on Fox News Radio.
Do you have any non-compliant bags?
It has gone pro.
Now, that's what I was going to say. That's the first thing I take issue with is the term professional cornhole. Any sport you play with a beer in your left hand, I don't consider I love cornhole. Listen, I'm married into an Ohio family. I play cornhole.
Have you watched the competition?
Yes, they're phenomenal.
They've been pro for a couple years.
No, they have.
And they're not drinking beer.
No, I'm aware. I didn't mean to pick a fight with big cornhole. I'm just saying, Hammer, okay, I've played a lot. I'm married into an Ohio family. They play cornhole in church when they're waiting for the priest to get to the pulpit and get going. They're very pro cornhole, as you know.
Still have not seen the sport played out.
Because they have gone professional in the sense that they're cheating.
don't, because every pro sport is cheating. Baseball had their steroid scandal. They had the cork bat scandal.
Well, don't forget Deflategate.
Deflategate. Tom Brady is actually the only guy who's lowered inflation in the last 8 years in this country, technically speaking. Good night, everybody.
So here's the dealio. They got the bags, and they're stuffed with corn, right? Kernels, okay? And apparently, if you make the bag slicker, it can slide off with greater ability to knock the other bags off. Okay? That's point number one. Point number two, they have to be 6 inches by 6 inches.
Yes.
And that's where the guys are kind of cutting corners.
Yeah.
Wow, that's very precise.
6 inches is about average.
Yeah,
I can't even imagine that people would want to cheat.
At
cornhole.
Once there's money involved.
And so that's where you saw the fishermen cheating? Even in that.
This is how they corrupted the sport. Cornhole, like I said, was an innocent backyard thing you did at barbecues. But once you throw money in, you do incentivize more competitive games of cornhole. Like I said, I come from the cornhole circuit where there's a natty light in your left hand, maybe even your right hand, and you put the bag in your mouth till it's time to throw it. And you throw. Thank you. Okay. Based on how this is going, you're assuming I've already had that something stronger. But stick with me. Once you go pro and the money gets involved, that's where it happens.
That's a do-re-mi.
Yeah, thank you.
That's involved, right?
Also, a much more serious sports incident that I want to ask you about because you know all of your sports. But in at the Michigan State,
wild.
The brawl that happened. There's 8 players that have already been suspended. The talk of possible criminal.
Okay, so I told you I wasn't fucking bullshitting.
I know you're not. But I think it means there's going to be a cover up of the other kinds of cheating that go on.
Yes.
Later.
Yes, exactly. They're flooding the news with the term cheating. Mm-hmm. Flooding it.
Right.
To bury any other cheating, especially cornhole cheating.
Yeah.
Because when you've been cornholed
just 2 years ago, you're
right. Just 2 years ago,
you don't want it to happen again.
It's going to be fresh. You just got the stitches out, maybe 18 months ago or so. It's still healing up and everything like that.
Oh man, you're so bad. But still, yeah, that's pretty much it.
Okay, so my point of saying that is that I don't know why all of a sudden 4 days ago, in the midst of the midterms, one of the most important midterms we've ever had.
In America's history.
All of a sudden, all the news starts switching to cornhole cheating. That has to be code for something. It has to be something. So, as somebody said earlier, they left us a super chat. Thank you very much, by Buffalo Woman. Red tsunami is a phoenix pneumonia. So that could be another reason why they're using red tsunami. Going back to my point before I went off on this fuckery, the red tide could be red tsunami as well.
Right.
And so depending on what people are calling it, they're trying to use keywords to cover up whatever it is that they're trying to cover up. So anyways, back to the actual funny shit.
So, yeah, no, this isn't funny. It's actually, talking about the Euphrates drying up, it's not so much that the Euphrates is drying, it's that all rivers are dry. Well, the second angel
poured out his bowl onto the sea and it turned into blood.
Oh, yeah.
Like a dead person, and every living thing in the sea died.
Yeah, I'm trying to find...
The third angel poured out his bowl on the rivers and spring waters, and they became blood. Then I heard the angel in charge of the water say, "You are just in these judgments, O Holy One, you who are who you were. For they have shed your blood of their holy people and your prophets, and you have given them blood to drink as they deserve."
I can't find the chapter now. I've got like 50 different bookmarks.
It's chapter 16.
16, okay.
At verse 12. But I'm at verse 8 real quick. The fourth angel poured out the bowl onto the sun, and the sun was allowed to scorch people with fire. They were seared by the intense heat, and they cursed the name of God who had control over the plagues, but they refused to repent and glorify him.
Mm-hmm.
Could you imagine if I was sitting there burning you with cigarettes,
torturing me,
burning you with cigarette butts, and saying, "Well, she's just refusing to just,
she's
repent
refusing to get
and
along.
Glorify me." I mean,
she wants keep being defiant.
You know? And the Gilead police coming in and going, oh, well, just keep doing it. And, she'll eventually fall under God's will.
Yeah, she'll eventually learn what God's will is and learn her lesson.
Praise be his name.
Yeah, praise be his mercy.
Yeah. Do you need more cigarettes?
Do you need more cigarettes?
I mean, of course. Would you fall down and glorify somebody who's fucking burning you alive with the sun?
Reminds me of that saying, the beatings will continue until morale improves.
Yes. The burnings will continue until repentment
ensues.
Oh, man.
Repentance ensues.
Okay.
Yep.
So the fifth angel poured out his bowl onto the throne of the beast, and its king was plunged into darkness. People gnawed their tongues in agony. And why would people gnaw their tongues in agony? I've always gnawed my tongue in ecstasy. No, I'm serious.
I know. They have painful sores all over their body. Apparently, in this.
Well, they're taking the wrong kind of drugs.
They're taking the wrong kind of drugs. Yep. Well, because of their painful sores, they curse the God who rules in heaven, but they still did not stop doing evil things. I think that might be like a testament to crocodile and things like that, because the only thing that's holding Russia back at this point is their crocodile problem. And the people there that are, caught up in using that, and anybody that's using that is going to die of their skin falling off, essentially. And they get these horrible sores all over them.
Well, for people that are familiar, crocodile is basically extracted codeine. Mm-hmm. But in order to extract the codeine, you have to use gasoline or petrol. I think it's white petrol. I remember there was this petrol in Greece when I was like 14, 15 years old, and you use it in mopeds. And it was ether, basically. And I remember the kids would take it and they put it on a rag and sniff it. And I only did it once because I wasn't going to be left out. But it makes you pretty much almost pass out. Yeah. And it's ether. It's straight up ether.
Yeah, it's just straight up
So
ether.
what they do is they take this, and I don't know if it's regular gasoline or if it's ether, but they try to extract it. The problem is when you extract the codeine out of it, then they shoot it. When they shoot it, they don't purify it enough, and they leave some of the gasoline that they use for the extraction process inside of the codeine.
Right.
So they're shooting up the gasoline into their arms.
Right.
Once they shoot the gasoline into their arms, and what happens is they start getting almost like a flesh-eating bacteria, but it's not a flesh-eating bacteria. It's a chemical burn.
It's a chemical
that
burn
starts
from the
to take
inside.
off pieces from the inside of their skin.
Mm-hmm.
And they shoot up in so many different places that it looks like they turn into crocodiles. That's why it's called crocodile.
Right.
It's a really, really, really dirty compound.
Terrible.
If they would legalize poppy, nobody would do crocodile.
Right.
And,
there would be any reason to.
Yeah, yeah. So it's more bullshit of war on drugs bullshit.
Mm-hmm.
They arrested an Olympic player for going down there and taking some cannabis and gave her like 9 years or something like that. So they're real strict on drugs over there.
Yeah, that's
that's just a side note though. But
then you look at the United States, and we have things like chemicals in the sky that are causing a lot of people to have these terrible rashes and sores all over them.
Well, and some people who got the vacation, Sharon is saying,
are having reactions
they
like
broke
that.
out in sores.
Mm-hmm.
They gnashed their teeth.
Mm-hmm.
They bit their tongues in agony.
Mm-hmm. The sixth angel emptied his bowl on the great Euphrates River. Oh, and it completely dried up.
Are you sure that's bowl? Could it be a mistranslation of the word bowel? Because to me that would make more sense.
Gross.
And the sixth angel emptied its bowels on the great river Euphrates.
That's mean. No, because these are the bowls of wrath.
Oh, okay.
Not
are you
bowels
sure it's
of
not the
wrath.
bowels of wrath?
I'm pretty sure.
All right, because the Bible's been translated many times. I just want to be certain.
That's true.
Okay.
It completely dried up to make a road for the kings of the east.
All right. So the Euphrates has dried up, making roads from the kings from the east. Then I saw 3 impure spirits that looked like frogs. They came out of the mouth of the dragon, out of the mouth of the beast, and out of the mouth of the false prophet. They're demonic spirits that perform signs, and they go out to the kings of the whole world to gather them for battle on the great day of God Almighty. This is the new international version. The other version I was reading, it said on the great day of Armageddon. Either that or no, I take that back. That's a couple phrases down. Look, I come as a thief. Blessed is the one who stays awake and remains clothed, so as not to go naked and be shamefully exposed. Look, I come as a thief. Well, this is why it's going on in the Middle East and not in America. Because you come as a thief in America, you're going to get your fucking ass shot. Doesn't matter if you're an angel or what. Come as a thief in the night, you're going to get a fucking 9mm stuck in your fucking face.
Yeah, exactly. You're not up to any good if you're going to come like a thief in the middle of the night.
Right. What's that noise? Oh, it's just the cat. Okay, never mind.
Who is that? Is it Jesus? Yeah. Oh, okay.
Who is Jesus?
Okay, you're cool.
No,
you're cool,
no.
bro.
Get the fuck off my property.
My wife doesn't want you here. Get the fuck off my property. No, if you come as a thief in the night, you're not doing things in the light.
Okay, we gotta make fun. We gotta make fun.
Yeah, but seriously though.
Then they gathered the kings together in the place in Hebrew that is called Armageddon. So apparently the Euphrates drying up. Here's a question, and this is a question I should have asked myself before I went into this, and maybe you can research this really quick. Has the Euphrates ever dried up before? Have we seen drought of this magnitude in the Euphrates? Because they're finding things in the Euphrates now that is like old gutters and old things that they used to have back then, grates and weird anomalies. And it's weird that they're finding these grates because according to this, these three angels and I think the other translation that I was reading actually calls them angels. Then I saw three angels that were that look like frogs. I'm going to go to a different translation here.
No, the river has never dried up before due to natural causes unless it was manipulated for various reasons.
Okay. So, am I on the
So this is the first time this ever happened according to history.
Okay. So, and then I saw three unclean spirits like frogs coming out of the mouth of the dragon, of the mouth of the beast, and out of the mouth of the false prophet. Three unclean spirits that looks like frogs. What looks like frogs? Anything you think of?
Aquatic military vehicles. They look like giant frogs. Oh, they look like frogs.
They look like frogs.
Yeah. That's interesting.
Here's another one. Frogmen. That's the thought. I don't know. Ladies and gentlemen, you tell me what you think.
They also said the moon has been turning red, like the blood moons.
Mm-hmm.
We've had more blood moons recently than we used to in the past.
That's true, but blood moons don't actually mean that they turn red, but maybe that's what they mean. I mean, it could be metaphoric. But we have had, I have noticed that over the last couple of years, we've had a lot of fucking blood moons, a lot of super red blood moons. We've had red moons, yeah. We've had super red blood moons. We've had super eclipse blood moons. A blood moon, to my understanding, correct me if I'm wrong, it's 2 full moons in one cycle. 2 full moons back to back.
A blood moon happens when Earth's moon is in a total lunar eclipse. While it has no special astronomical significance, the view in the sky makes it appear red.
Okay.
The view in the sky is striking as a usually whitish moon becomes red or ruddy brown.
Then I stand corrected, and thank you for correcting me, and I'm glad we looked that up.
I don't think we had.
There's a term for 2 full moons that happen back to back or something like that, and that has happened. Oh, that's called a blue moon.
A blue moon, yeah.
A blue moon.
That's right.
And they used to happen very infrequently, and it's been happening more and more and more frequently.
Yeah, these are signs in the sky.
So the Euphrates drying up, according to Revelation, which is, in my humble opinion, a playbook, or rather an instruction manual. I mean, take it as a Matrix Shutdown processing guide checklist. Check 1, check 2, check 3, check 4. That's all it is to an organic consciousness creator, at least to me. I don't want to speak for everyone out there, but that's the way I see it. And it looks like the Euphrates drying up is going to be heralding the kings coming from the east. Who are the kings coming from the east?
Russia and China, Gog and Magog.
Yeah, Russia and China. So marching into the place that is called Armageddon. Where is Armageddon?
Armageddon is in the Middle East. The Valley of Megiddo.
The Mount of Megiddo in North Israel is not actually a mountain, but a tell, a mound or a hill.
Yeah, it's like a hill.
On which ancient forts were built to guard via mares, an ancient trade route linking Egypt with the northern empires of Syria.
Oh, that's interesting.
It's the link between Syria, Egypt, and Anatolia and
Anatolia
and the other. It's basically like the Silk Road of that region.
Oh, wow.
So, to me, what that symbolizes is blocking of trade. Trade brigades.
Trade blockades.
Blockades, yeah. I could be wrong, but that's what it sounds like, and that's why they would gather in that place, to settle disputes. Now, we know for a fact that the Khazars came from Russia, which is Ukraine. So we know Israel is behind Ukraine. That's why the deep state is behind Ukraine. Ukraine is a bunch of neo-Nazis. And these Dems who are all about, social justice. Like, no. Give them all the weapons they need.
Yeah.
Go ahead. Yeah, give them all the weapons they need.
Yeah, they're committing war crimes. Bless their hearts.
They're like, Trump is a Nazi. But give the Ukrainians, who are actually
everything they
neo-Nazis.
Give them everything they need.
No, give them. That's fine.
Yeah,
Trump is a Nazi.
Take care of them.
Trump is a Nazi. Oh, you don't stand with Ukraine? No, I'm not really racist.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
Oh my gosh. Everything's, like I said, inverted and projected.
Yeah. So the seventh bowl. Do you want to go into the seventh bowl?
Yes.
Okay.
Let me pull back up. I don't know what happens.
Then the seventh angel poured out the bowl into the air, and a loud voice came out of the temple of heaven from the throne saying, "It is done. Your destiny has been fulfilled.
All right.
Though you may have extinguished every creature who might call you kin, the world is born anew. The cycle of birth and death, stalled and stagnant these long years, once again begins to flow. You have done well, my servant."
I
added all that last part to it, but
that's really good memorization.
Oh, Cookie said the show is fun. Thank you. I'm glad you're
enjoying
it. We're trying to have fun while talking about some really serious shit. So
yeah.
I'm glad we're not boring people.
Thank you for letting us know that we're not boring you. As soon as the seventh angel emptied his bowl in the air, a loud voice from the throne in the temple shouted, "It's done." There were flashes of lightning, roars of thunder, and the worst earthquake in all of history. So that happens after the Euphrates dries up. There's the biggest earthquake in all of history. The great city of Babylon split into 3 parts, and the cities of other nations fell. So God made Babylon drink from the wine cup filled with his anger. Every island ran away, and the mountains disappeared.
And they still refuse to glorify him.
Well, it says hailstones weighing about 50 kilos each Hailstones weighing 50 kilograms each fell from the sky on top of people. Finally, the people cursed God because the hail was so terrible.
They were like, fuck you.
Fuck you.
And he's like, I just don't understand why they won't glorify me.
I just don't understand. I don't get it.
I've sent plagues. I've sent famine. I've sent world wars. I've sent division.
Earthquakes.
I've sent crickets. I've sent...
Now hailstones as like 100-pound hailstones.
I sent
and
Joe
they
Biden.
Still won't worship me.
They still won't worship me.
Yeah.
What the fuck is wrong with that?
This is asinine. I'm sorry, it is.
Could you imagine? Well, you know, I'm talking to a counselor, about marriage counselor, and I'm like, you know, I've tried beating her. I've tried talking to her first. I tried beating her.
I tried starving her.
I tried whipping her. I tried starving her. You know, I buried her.
Buried her alive.
With her head just out, you know,
barely,
for 3 days.
Uh-huh.
You know, I even tried dropping large bricks upon her, and she still won't honor me.
She won't honor me, dude. I say.
I just don't know what I'm doing wrong here. And then after marriage counselor being like, well, you know, she's just a
rebellious woman.
A rebellious woman. Just, you know, a little more. Just
keep it up. If she dies, God it's just the will of the God that you are.
Have you tried raping her sisters?
Have you tried raping her sisters? Oh my God, that's terrible. That is awful. Have you tried killing her baby?
Have you tried killing
Sorry.
Have you tried gnashing her baby's head against the rocks? Yeah, I tried that already.
Yep.
I just don't know what to do.
It's just at a loss now.
Well, she's definitely one of Satan's angels.
Uh-huh. She's got Satan's rebellious spirit inside of her.
So.
Okay, but seriously though, once the
17 gets actually pretty interesting.
Well, speaking of 16, just real quick, once the Euphrates River dries up, then there's supposed to be this huge earthquake with hailstones as big as 50 kilograms, which is freaking huge. So yeah, I think that's why they built the Denver International Airport with Kevlar ceilings.
That's no match for the wrath of God.
That's no match for the wrath of God. Yep, he's gonna love you to death. Literally. All right. The prostitute and the beast.
You will love me
this
or
sounds
die.
Really gross. One of the 7 angels who had emptied the bowls came over and said to me, "Come on, I will show you how God will punish that shameless prostitute who sits on many oceans. That's a big ass. Every king on earth has slept with her."
That's got to be one hell of an ass.
That's got to be one big ass.
To sit on many oceans
at once. Every king on earth has slept with her, and her shameless ways are like wine that has made everyone on earth drunk. With the help of the Spirit, the angel took me into a desert where I saw a woman sitting on a red beast. The beast was covered with names that were an insult to God, and it had 7 heads and 10 horns.
What names could be insulting to God?
Did you hear that? I heard something downstairs.
I think that might be Jesus.
No, it's not.
He's mad.
No, I heard a door slamming.
Yeah, he's coming to get you. You better repent. Go back to Tyler.
The beast was covered with names that are okay. The woman was dressed in purple and scarlet robes.
Look, here's the thing. All right, I really don't mean to blaspheme, because I really have respect for God if God exists, and I just want to just say this. You know, if we are being offensive in any way to God or any kind of creator being out there, may he strike this audience down right now.
I think I didn't you hear a comedian say that one time?
Yeah, it's an old
George
Carlin bit.
I like it. I love it. Now go get the puppets.
All right, go for it.
Let's see. The woman was dressed in purple and scarlet robes, and she wore jewelry made of gold, precious stones, and pearls. In her hand, she held a gold cup filled with the filthy and nasty things she had done. I want to see what's in that cup.
I think I saw something like that on Pornhub.
Uh-huh. On her forehead, a mysterious name was written.
I know. Well, there were 2 girls and there was 1 cup.
Yeah, that was, yeah.
So are there 2 girls here or is it just 1?
I think it's just 1.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it has her filthiness
different
in the cup, though.
Different video.
If you want to see the filthiness in her cup.
Okay.
I'm the great city of Babylon, the mother of every immoral and filthy thing on earth.
Wouldn't it be great if it was 2 girls? It'd be like 2 whores and 1 cup. It would be like, oh, we know exactly what that is.
Mm-hmm.
All right. I'm grossing the audience out now.
I could tell, but see, this is where it's going to gross them out. I could tell that the woman was drunk on the blood of God's people who had given their lives for Jesus. The surprising sight amazed me, and the angel said, "Why are you so amazed? I will explain the mystery about this woman and about the beast she is sitting on, with 7 heads and 10 horns. The beast you saw is one that used to be..."
Hold on. She's sitting on a beast with 7 heads. That is a lot of face sitting. I'm sorry, for one round, that is a lot of face sitting.
Yeah, it is. That's so bad, though. The beast you saw is one that used to be and no longer is. It will come back from the deep pit, but only to be destroyed. Everyone on earth whose names were not written in the book of life before the time of creation will be amazed. They will see this beast that used to be and no longer is, but will be once more. Anyone with wisdom can figure this out. The 7 heads that the woman is sitting on stand for 7 hills. These heads are also 7 kings. 5 of the kings are dead. 1 is ruling now, and the other one has not yet come. But when he does, he will rule for only a little while.
That's because he took a Viagra. He's got a little extra stamina.
Yeah, but only for a couple hours.
He hasn't yet come, so, you know.
You also saw
when he does, it'll just be an explosion. It'll be the biggest explosion you've ever seen. You know, you'll walk in and go, wow, that's a big explosion. And then it's just a huge explosion.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
Oh, my gosh.
I don't think I'm funny anymore.
These heads are also 7 kings. 5 of the kings are dead. 1 is ruling now, and the other one has not yet come. When he does, he will rule for only a little while. You also saw a beast that used to be and no longer is. That beast is one of the 7 kings. They will return as the 8th king, but only to be destroyed. The 10 horns you saw are 10 more kings who have not yet come into power, and they will rule with the beast for only a short time. They all think alike and will give their power and authority to the beast. These kings will go to war against the Lamb, but he will defeat them because he is Lord over all lords and King over all kings. His followers are chosen and special and faithful. The oceans you saw...
Where are you at?
Verse number 15.
Oh, you're already down there?
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't even hear the mystery of Babylon the Great, the mother of harlots part.
I am the great city of Babylon, the mother of every immoral and filthy thing on earth.
Okay.
Is what it says in this one.
All right.
The oceans you saw the prostitute sitting on are crowds of people from all races and languages. The 10 horns and the beast will start hating the shameless woman. They will strip off her clothes and leave her naked. Then they will eat her flesh and throw the rest of her body into a fire. God is the one who made these kings all think alike and decide to give their power to the beast. And they will do this until what God has them come true.
Strip her naked and then eat
her flesh.
Engage in cannibalism.
Yeah.
And he's the one that put it in their hearts to do this.
It's a metaphor, though, I think, for the think about it this way, the Statue of Liberty. Mm-hmm. It's been surmised by people ever since they put that thing up that it's Babylon, the horror Babylon.
Well, they have one in France, too.
Yeah.
And they have one in Las Vegas.
Yeah. That one even had a mask on it, though.
It did have a mask.
Mm-hmm.
Lady Liberty was masked in Las Vegas.
Mm-hmm.
It was
very sad
sight to see.
It was really sad.
You know, wearing a blindfold, I'm all for it.
Yeah.
But wearing a mask. No.
Nope. That was wrong. That was really wrong. It made me feel really uncomfortable. So.
Okay, so what do you make of this? Just a bunch of bullshit.
I think it's a metaphor for this crony capitalist society and how they're all going to start turning on each other and eating each other alive. They already have. They already have started eating each other alive.
Well, it's really not the capitalists that are doing it. It's
I said the crony capitalists.
It's not even the crony capitalist. Well, I guess because you see cancel culture, and they all went woke, and you go woke, you go broke. As a matter of fact, I'm going to play that real quick, and then we'll wrap it up on the other side.
You sure?
Mm-hmm.
We can keep it going if you want.
Okay, yeah, we can keep it going. I didn't know how you were feeling.
Yeah, I'm feeling okay.
Do you think that General Patton was woke? I don't think so. What do you think, Mike? Mike, was he woke? I don't think so. I don't think he was too woke. Woke. You know what woke means? It means you're a loser. Woke. Everything woke turns to shit. This is a sick culture, and our country's a disaster, and it's going to die before your very eyes. Our women's soccer team was supposed to easily win, but they went woke. The one with the purple hair, she didn't play too well. She went woke. Take a look, everything goes bad, but it's true about woke. Do you think that General Patton was woke? It's crazy. I've never seen anything so stupid in my life. Woke. You know what woke means? It means you're a loser. Woke. Everything woke turns to shit. Our country was so respected. Nobody was gonna mess with us. And then this clown, he got in office, sort of like the captain of a ship. Let's jump off first before the passengers. I'm getting the hell out of here. I could just see this. The leadership of the Taliban standing there. Somebody walking up. Sir, the soldiers have left. It's crazy. I've never seen anything so stupid in my life. Woke. You know what woke means? It means you're a loser. Woke. Everything woke turns to shit. You know what? I believe totally in your freedoms. I do. You gotta do what you have to do. But I recommend take the vaccines. I did it. It's good. Take the vaccines. But that's okay. That's all right. You got your freedoms. But I happen to take the vaccine. It's crazy.
That's the one thing I wish he didn't say. I really wish he didn't say that.
Woke. You know what woke means? It means you're a loser. Woke. Everything woke turns to shit.
I do gotta say, that was it was unnecessary. It was unnecessary for him to say that, especially at that time. It wasn't going to win him any popularity. All it was going to do is just hurt him. And it didn't hurt him, but it just gave the trolls a little more ammo. And, with all due respect to anybody out there, very short-sighted people, A lot of people think they have to agree with everybody 100%. Otherwise, people are, And it's that's not really thinking for yourself. Thinking for yourself is... I agree with a lot of what this guy has to say. I don't agree with this. I don't agree with that. But I agree with a lot of what this guy has to say. But I wish that one line, man. That one line. He just said it one time. That's it. Just one time. He could have gone without it. I don't know what the purpose of it was. I don't know. Maybe, and I'm just thinking outside of the box here, and you tell me what you think about this, Mrs. Gio, as soon as you come back from whatever you're looking for. Maybe he said it because the media does the opposite of what he says. So if he says, go get the vacation, the media will go, don't get the vacation. Mm-hmm. Maybe. I don't know. What do you think?
My apologies. That thing is loud.
Oh, it's okay.
I didn't hear what was.
Trump said this a long time ago.
You got your freedom. vaccines, but you got what? I believe totally in your freedoms. I do. You got to do what you have to do. But I recommend take the vaccines. I did it. It's good. Take the vaccines. But you got, no, that's okay. That's all right. You got your freedoms. But I happen to take the vaccine.
I was just saying that he could have avoided saying that one thing. You know, it's one thing to make them. It's another thing
to advertise,
especially afterwards.
Yeah,
to say that. But I was just thinking outside of the box, and I was thinking, you know, the media says to do the opposite of what he says to do.
Mm-hmm.
So if he says, you know, everybody should save money, the media says everybody go spend money.
Right.
If he says everybody, you know, do this, the media is going to say the opposite.
Mm-hmm.
And CNN's former CEO was caught by Project Veritas literally saying, no, I take that back. It was Fox News affiliate in Houston. And their manager was saying, anything that Trump says, we say the opposite.
Mm-hmm.
Like that was their MO.
Yeah.
So could it be that he was trying to bait them to say, well, everybody should stop taking it?
Uh-huh.
I'm just thinking outside of the box.
I
don't know if that
was
was his intention.
I don't think
I know
it's
he
that,
said it
but
once. I wish he hadn't said it.
I wish he hadn't said it
because
too.
all it does is just give the trolls fuel.
What they see as ammo, it's not really
But
ammo.
You know what I'd like though? I'd like to at one point open up the phone lines and invite all the people who want to debate us about Trump to come on the show.
Mm-hmm.
You know, there were a lot of people. I don't hear from them anymore. They're gone. You know, they act like, you know, I think they went and hid under the rock that they crawled out of.
Yeah.
But, you know, come on the show and tell me, you know, how horrible Trump was and how great Biden is. I mean, please, you know.
Yeah, tell me why $6 a gallon gas
I want to
so
hear
awesome.
this. You know, the really quick, you know, drive-by trolls, you know, all they do is just drop a comment and then leave. It's like, you know, let's have a serious discussion. Tell me why you prefer $6 a gallon gasoline, 30% higher cost than living, and so on and so forth.
Cowardly shit.
Yeah.
You know?
And tell me, how are you sustaining yourself? Like, what are you doing? You know, what are you investing in? You know, where are your stocks going? How's your coin doing? You know, is there some kind of secret coin that we don't know about? Can you share some of that?
Can you shed
You know,
some
is there
light
like
on that?
a Biden coin that is like, you know, going 100% up in value? You know, you put a penny in it and then, you know, it goes up to like $10. Is there like some secret Biden coin that we don't know about? Or, you know, some woke coin or something?
Man.
It's just, you know.
Woke coin. Yep. Because it's not real. You know, it's all like. You know,
Tom, thank you.
Illusionary.
It says your
thank
your
you,
laugh
Tom.
is contagious.
Yes, it is. I could listen to your laugh all day.
Oh, thank you.
All
right. So, do you want to keep it going with Revelation? Because I don't think we're really decoding it like we did last time.
No.
Last time we really
got deep into it. I would like to get deep into it again.
This time we're more mocking it.
Yeah, I know.
And refusing to glorify God.
We're refusing to glorify God, but it's not that I don't want to glorify that being, but at the same time, I think we need to be taking it a little bit more seriously.
All right.
And I just don't know if I can do that tonight.
Let's take it seriously.
Take it seriously.
Right. Oh, Father God.
No.
As we are about to receive your word, please give us the understanding
Gross.
and the ability to not mock your word. For you are a complete and total bastard.
You're very easily mocked.
We must glorify you for that.
It makes you very easily mocked, but
Jesus, Jesus, we pray that the illegals make it across the border okay, and that the Democrats continue to rape and pillage, and that babies are pulled out of their mother's wombs.
And their heads dashed against the rocks.
All right. The fall of Babylon the Great.
Do you want to?
We can save this for later. I think I've done enough mocking of God.
I think I've done enough mocking for one night. On a good day's work. No, seriously though.
We used to have this one show. It was a Christian show, and they were like nobodies, but they would call in and they would always try to troll us, and I never paid any attention to them. And they called in and I had like a really like nice conversation with them, and we were both very respectful and everything like that, because that's just the way I am. I'm respectful.
Yeah,
to
we're
everybody.
respectful to everybody.
And then they put this image of me, like this, they took like a screenshot of me, like, in mid movement, and made me look all silly, and posted the call.
Oh,
and
man.
I was reading their comments, and their comments were like, "Wow, these people really make sense. Wow, what's the name of this YouTube channel?"
Nice.
And they wound up deleting the video.
Nice. So people were expressing interest.
It was driving more people to us.
Nice. See, that's what happens, you know.
And the same people, they'd left like multiple comments on our channel from different accounts. And so YouTube has a system where you have one account and then you can have sub accounts.
Right.
There was a glitch in the YouTube system that one day, and every single comment was left by the master channel. And it was left all by their channel, and it was people like talking to each other about how horrible we are in our comments and everything like that.
That's hilarious.
And I saw it and I screenshotted it, but I never wanted to give them attention, so I never posted it or anything like that. But I still have it. It's the funniest thing.
Oh wow, that is funny. Oh man. So
it's funny. But it's just like, I guess that's what I don't want to use the word losers, because, I don't want to lose it. I don't want to use it in the term losers as in like the high school kind of term losers. I want to use it in the term losers as in people who are losing, people who are just,
people who have lost in life,
who have lost in life, who have lost in their cause, lost all of that. That's what losers have to do, because their message isn't strong enough. They have to post multiple comments through fake accounts because they can't get anybody to agree with them.
Right.
They have to have like all these Twitter followers that are bots. I have that AOC video I mentioned earlier, and this was at one of her rallies that she did. Let me see if I can find it. I had it on the screen earlier. Here it is. Okay, so this is AOC. Let me go to Twitter real quick. Can you go to Twitter and tell me how many followers AOC has?
Yeah. It looks like she has 13.4 million.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
If I remember correctly, she had closer to 30 million before.
Yeah, she had about 30 million before. That's
don't quote me on that.
Yeah.
Don't quote me on that. But
yeah, she lost a good amount of her followers.
No. Hold on. Are you looking at a different account? Because this says Rep AOC.
Uh-huh.
And it's got the verified mark.
Mm-hmm.
She has 762,000 followers.
No, it says 13.4 M here.
Okay, I might be looking at a different one. Do you see it on the screen?
Yeah.
Is that the same account?
Yeah, but I'm looking at twitter.com/AOC.
Oh, this is Rep AOC.
Oh.
And it's got a verified check mark on it.
This one does too. Yeah, this account is verified because it's notable in government, news, entertainment, or another designated category.
Okay, 13.4 million followers, right?
Yeah.
Mads DA, thank you for the love, brother.
Thank you.
The lovers of life, not a sin. The lover of life's not a sinner. The ending is just a beginner. The closer you get to the meaning, the soon you will know what you're dreaming. Black Sabbath. Yes, I love it.
Yeah, I thought those were
Black
Sabbath lyrics.
I love it.
Me too.
All right,
and we love you, man.
Right after this, we're gonna let you go because I am, I'm finished with my woman because she couldn't help me with my life. People think I'm insane because I am drowning all the time. All day long, I think of things, but nothing seems to satisfy. I think I'll lose my mind if I don't find something to pacify. Can you help me? No.
Who, me?
Yeah, are you for my brain? Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
All right, so she has 13.4 million followers, right?
Yeah, supposedly.
This is her rally that she had in her town hall.
In China, why are you playing with the lives of American citizens? You have done nothing.
Look at how many people there are.
Has shown guts where you.
There's like 20 people there, and they all hate her.
I believed in you, and you became the very thing you sought to fight against.
I'll get to the issue last. I will get to the issue.
Why not right now?
Because you are being rude to everyone around you.
Jimmy, what do you think about that tense moment?
Okay. Did you see how many people were there?
Mm-hmm.
And she has 13.9 million followers?
Yeah.
Are people just following her just to watch the shit show?
They've got to be. I mean, people have to be just watching this in order to watch a little girl, get humiliated in front of all these other people, because she has really destroyed a lot of people's lives in the district she works for. And the constituents that she has abandoned have really built up a lot of hostility and resentment towards her. And so she's having to pay for that. And I don't even think she has 13.4 million. I think she probably has a couple 100,000, to be honest. Because I don't see how anybody likes AOC. I mean, maybe some of these followers are there to troll her and just to see.
Well, a lot of them were.
The crazy stuff that she's writing.
A lot of them were. We're looking at District 14 here. It looks like no votes were cast, which is actually kind of chilling because why have no votes been cast in a democratically run area where AOC is in District 14? Because, they're all about the mail-in ballots.
Mm-hmm.
So what happened to the early voting and mail-in ballots? I was going to say, let's take a look at some of the midterm elections, but it doesn't look like anybody's reporting very much.
Huh.
Senate race so far, though, 31 for the GOP, 35 for the Dems.
U.S. House, it looks like 3 for the GOP, 0 for Dems.
Yeah, it's too early to report on
Too early
anything.
to report, yeah.
But we will be watching tonight.
Governor, GOP is 8, Dems have 6.
Okay. We'll be watching tonight, and we'll be watching for massive dumps in the middle of the night.
We are going to report on every single thing we see.
I got a feeling like we will see massive dumps in the middle of the night
I think
again.
we will too. And I'm going to stay up tonight.
If they do it again, somebody has to call it out. It's going to be Tucker Carlson that calls it out, but somebody has to call it out.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, of course we'll call it out.
But yeah,
somebody has to call it out because you can't do that shit twice.
We can't let that happen again.
No, that's going to be way too transparent.
Yeah, it's too much. This is not what America is. And It's not what it's about. And
so in summation, if we see a red tsunami, which we might, I don't know, they're going to hit back hard. If they maintain power, it's going to be more of the same, and it's going to get worse. So prepare yourself. Prepare yourselves. But just be sure of yourself. Be sure in your Nosis. Be sure of who you are. And I guarantee you, all this stuff going on outside is just for us to watch and supervise. We're the supervisors here. We're not the game players. We're just here just watching things unfold. And we have first row tickets to the apocalypse. What a great time to be alive.
It's beautiful.
Yes.
It is a beautiful, beautiful
time.
You
all
all
are wonderful, wonderful, wonderful people. Thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you so much.
And it looks like we have 322 people left in the chat room.
322.
322.
Creepy.
At number 322. Do you remember when Carrie, who was it, Carrie?
He was asked 322.
Yeah,
Skull and Bones.
Anything about the 322?
And it's like
so secret we can't talk about it.
It's so secret we can't talk about it. Yeah, whatever.
Yeah. All right. We'll see how it goes. We'll try to touch in with everybody tomorrow.
Tomorrow morning.
And we'll see if
and let you know what happens.
A red tsunami or not. You know, anyway goes, prepare for the apocalypse.
Yep.
That's what
it's
I should
coming.
say. Anyway goes. Apocalypse in the Great Revealing or apocalypse in the end of the world. Anyway goes. Here's the thing. We are all going to die. May not be today, may not be tomorrow, may not be 10 years, may not be 20, may not be 30. But eventually, every single person is going to die. And so you have nothing to worry about at all. Live your life. Be happy. Savor each moment as if it's the last. Savor each bite of whatever your favorite food is, whether it's chocolate or steak or whatever. Savor every kiss, every touch, everything. And you know what? If you live another 50 years, at least you can say you savored every single bite. You savored every single sensation. You savored it all.
Yeah.
And if you leave tomorrow, you can think to yourself, I savored it all. So savor it all.
Yeah.
Kiss the one you love right now because you never know the last time is going to be, and we'll see you even further.
Beyond the veil. Savor those
guys,
kisses.
gals.
Love you guys.
Hey everyone, Chris Gio here. Just wanted to remind you that if you're watching on YouTube, you're probably getting a condensed version of the show. A link is going to pop up here on the left, taking you straight to patreon.com/BTB Tribe, where you can get the full shows. It's as little as $3 a month. And the reason is it helps us to overcome the YouTube censorship, the shadow banning, and also stay in touch with our BTB Tribe. See you there at Patreon. Love ya.